Chapter 27-23. The silhouette's expression changed, and he retreated, looking at the clone in disbelief. The clone stood there, his expression unchanged. Zi-Chin was very worried. The silhouette had frozen his world in an instant, making him feel terrified. This scene also told him that the world was not omnipotent. In addition, the silhouette's expression changed. Zi-Chan guessed that the silhouette had seen something or guessed something. Li Ai stood there, puzzled by this scene. No one spoke. The surroundings became silent, and the silence was somewhat oppressive. The silhouette's panic gradually dissipated. When he looked at the clone again, his calm expression was still somewhat complicated. He sighed and said, "Perhaps all of this is fate's arrangement." Zi-Chin didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, and Li Ai obviously didn't either. In that case, forget about the soul search. The place you came out of was left behind by the God of Heaven. It was prepared for the Son of Heaven. Unfortunately, no Son of Heaven has ever come here. Since you came here today, it can be considered fate. Xing-Chin, you can take some of the energy inside. The silhouette looked at Zi-Chin, but his tone was no longer as unyielding as before. He waved his hand, and a door of light appeared in front of him. On the other side of the door was the place where they had discussed the secret. Zi-Chin walked in, and the clone disappeared in a flash of light. Zi-Chin found the silhouette standing in the middle of the sky, full of Xing-Chin. He was a bit surprised. At a critical moment, you can reveal the secret of your clone. I believe that at that time, Sandra won't make things difficult for you. You can take as much as you want from here, but you have to agree to one request. The silhouette looked at Zi-Chin. What request? Zi-Chin asked. Kill Sandro. The silhouette's words were full of coldness. Zi-Chin was startled, not knowing how to respond. I know you don't have the strength to do so now, but you have a clone. Sooner or later, you will have the strength. In fact, it doesn't matter if you agree or not, because you will eventually reach that point. But before that, you have to be careful. Don't get killed by him. The glowing figure looked up at the glowing Xing-Chin and said, These are the resources left behind by the God of Heaven. The purpose was for the young master to establish his own force. Unfortunately, the young master can no longer come here, so you have benefited. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to be able to bring these things out. Zi-Chin did not expect that these were the resources that the deities had left for his children to develop their forces. At this moment, at a glance, there was indeed a lot. This was naturally a very good thing for him. He had a very backward life, star behind him. With these resources, he could build his own force on that life star. As for whether or not he could take it away, Zi-Chin wasn't worried at all. That was because he carried a world with him, a huge world. Even if there were 3 times more resources here, he would still be able to take them all away. Even if there were 10 times more, it would still be the same. The space above began to distort and spin, forming a black vortex. An extremely strong suction force emerged from the vortex, and the surrounding star resources were sucked into the vortex. The vortex was like a bottomless pit, continuously swallowing Xing-Chen's resources. It didn't show any sign of being full. This space of yours looks a little strange, said the glowing figure, looking at the black vortex above him. This is the world I cultivated. Zi-Chin didn't hide anything. The other party had found out his biggest secret. Not only did they not attack him, but they were also willing to give him more resources. Apparently, they didn't mean any harm. So that's how it is. The God of Heaven said that your path is different from ours. Although you are suppressed, if you can grow up, you will be the biggest threat. It's extraordinary that your world can be opened in this place. Zi-Chin didn't expect that Zeus, heavenly god, who wanted to destroy the life star, would say something like that. He was a little surprised. Zi-Chin, who didn't care, made the vortex expand again. As a result, the speed of the vortex's suction force became faster. Rumbling noises came from the sky. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. All the resources in this world were being swallowed by the black vortex. The glowing figure next to him was shocked. It seemed that the other party didn't need to use the clone to grow to the level where he could resist Sanderson. This situation continued for a long time. After all the resources in this world were taken away, Zichin closed this world. He was very satisfied with the harvest this time. It was as if he could see an army of progenitor realm experts from the Life Star. It's good. No one will come here in the future. Seeing Zichen take away all the resources, the glowing figure couldn't hide the disappointment and melancholy in his voice. His body disappeared into thin air. Zichen also walked out of this place. Yi Qian and Li Ai were still here. Their last memory hadn't been sealed. Then the glowing figure left. Li Ai formed a seal with both of her hands, and all of her previous memories were once again sealed. After that, she sat there cross-legged, and behind her were the sealed memories. Zichen collected the memory, then signaled his clone to come out and sit down cross-legged. Yi Qian stood aside to guard him. After a while, Li Ai suddenly opened her eyes. Then she made a hand seal. Beams of divine light twirled around her fingertips. A powerful aura surged. A divine light palm appeared in the sky. It was the God-destroying hand. The palm fell from the sky, releasing a destructive aura. It completely made up for the weakness of the God-trapping hand. Looking at the billowing smoke in the distance and sensing the surging destructive power, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She had finally comprehended the God-destroying hand. Turning around, she happened to see the clone Zichin. At this moment, Zichin opened his eyes. The clone smiled and said, "Congratulations." "Thank you." Li Ai smiled shyly. Then the clone Zichin closed his eyes again to comprehend the God-destroying hand. Li Ai didn't disturb him. Yi Qian chatted with Li Ai for a while. During this time, Li Ai asked in confusion, "He hasn't comprehended the God-destroying hand yet." Yi Qian shook her head. "That's a bit slow. I thought he would be faster than me." Li Ai looked ahead and said, "I wonder if there are any other opportunities ahead. We've already encountered many dangers before. Maybe there are other dangers." After the clone comprehended the God-destroying hand, "We'll go ahead and take a look," Yi Qian said. "Okay." Li Ai nodded. They didn't wait for too long. The clone Zichin made a hand seal, and the God-destroying hand fell from the sky. With Li Ai's memory, he had completely mastered it. After he opened his eyes, Li Ai said happily, "Congratulations on comprehending the heavenly God skill. Can we go deeper? Maybe there are other opportunities here." The clone frowned and hesitated. "What's wrong?" Li Ai looked at him, puzzled. "My real body has obtained the law crystal, but I haven't broken through yet. I want to break through to the general level first. From the looks of it, if we continue to go deeper, there should be more and more dangers. It should be much easier to break through to the general level before moving forward." The clone said, "It doesn't matter. I've already broken through. I'll protect you if there's any danger," Li Ai said. The clone looked at Yi Qian, obviously unable to make a decision. Yi Qian said, "Let's go and take a look first. Let your real body refine the law crystal first." "Okay." The clone nodded and got up. At this moment, Li Ai had lost her memory and had long forgotten what had happened before. In the depths of her heart, she longed for more opportunities, so she wanted to go deeper and explore. The three of them walked forward. Zichen's real body continued to refine the law crystal in the world. After the previous light and shadow, he had not appeared. The number of general-level battle beasts they encountered increased, and they became more and more dangerous. This is really boring. After killing for so long, we haven't even gotten a single law crystal. Except for the inheritance of the God-slaying hand, there seems to be nothing else, Li Ai said with some frustration. She, who had lost her memory, was obviously much more talkative. Beside her, the divine needles kept flashing, and one general-level battle beast after another was killed. The clone used the god-slaying hand together, and the speed of their progress was not slow. I think the only opportunity here is the god-slaying hand. After moving forward for a while, Yi Qian still didn't gain anything. She said in disappointment, "Instead of wasting time, I think it's better to stop first." The clone Zichen said, "This time we can reach the 9th level from the 7th level, and now we have the opportunity to enter the general level. It's already very good. I think the most important thing should be to break through first." Li Ai looked back at Yi Qian and found that she was also a little tempted. She didn't want to force herself to continue moving forward, so she nodded. The three of them stopped, and Yi Qian asked inadvertently, "Li Ai, where are you going after we get out of here?" Li Ai thought about it seriously and said blankly, "Since I've entered the general level, I've completed my goal before coming here. I don't have any other plans. Well, maybe I'll walk around, find some opportunities, find some new techniques, and try to break through again." Although the general level is stronger than the divine envoys for the other divine generals, it's just the beginning. Yi Qian said with a smile, "If you have nowhere to go, why don't you come to my place? The depths of my area are undeveloped areas. Not only are there many dangers, but there are also many opportunities. When the time comes, you can make some contributions and exchange for some techniques." After thinking for a moment, Li Ai nodded slightly. "Anyway, I don't have anything else to do recently. It's good to go to the divine lady's place." Yi Qian said with a smile, then it settled. "After we get out, we'll go together." Obviously, Yi Qian's actions were to let Li Ai keep her memory, and also to let her live in the future. During this time, the doppelganger stayed here, while the real body was still refining the law crystal. It was an extremely difficult step for the divine envoys to step into the divine generals. It was unknown how many elites of the god race had been blocked. However, Zichen had the resources prepared by the god race, so this realm was not so difficult for him. Time passed, and the law crystal in front of Zichen was refined little by little. In his sea of consciousness, his soul was constantly changing. This was a transformation, and his soul had begun to make a qualitative leap. He had consumed many law crystals, as well as a general level law crystal, to advance from the divine envoy to the divine general. After he reached the divine general level, the doppelganger's soul was also changing on its own. "You broke through?" Seeing this scene, Li Ai's beautiful eyes revealed a touch of joy. "This way we can go deeper again." Yi Qian nodded. Li Ai, who had lost her memory, was full of curiosity about this world and wanted to explore deeper. Zichen and his doppelganger broke through, and he appeared in front of Li Ai. Li Ai said, "Great, let's go deeper and see if we can get any other gains." "Okay, let's go deeper and take a look," said Zichen, his eyes full of anticipation. Chapter 27-24. Zichen knew that this was the light shadow's doing. This was the door to leave. The light shadow was reminding them to leave. However, Li Ai didn't know. She looked at the door and said in surprise, "Is this a new land of fortune?" Yi Qian pretended to be curious and said, "I don't know. Let's go in and see. I'll leave first. There might be dangers inside." As he spoke, divine light swirled around Li Ai's body. He left this place. Yi Qian was worried about Li Ai, so she followed. Shadowless also went in. His clone turned into a ray of light and disappeared beside Zichen. Just as Zichen was about to go in, the light shadow's voice sounded in his mind. "There aren't many people alive this time. To avoid Sandro's attention, I've given them some extra fortune. They can all become divine generals." Whoosh! Zichen's body disappeared from the door. When they reappeared, they were outside the city from before. Back then, it was here that Yue and the others had tried to stop him. At that time, he had almost killed Ben Senlu. However, after seeing Ben Senlu's reaction, it was clear that they were just probing. It wasn't a true life and death battle. That should be Yue's meaning. If they really did, Zichen's chances of survival weren't very high. When they went in, there were many god messengers. Later on, even more god messengers came in. However, only a few people were able to come out alive. Although Zichen guessed that there wouldn't be many people alive, he was still very shocked to see them with his own eyes. Other than them, only 7 people came out alive. Among them were Yahweh, the 6 children of gods, and the person who started this trial, Willie. Saman, and the others from the past were all dead. Even the cold-blooded man who knew how to use the god's hand of trapping had died. As for Yahweh's side, the level 9 guards brought by the children of gods were all killed. They didn't care about the guards' deaths. Seeing the city in front of them, they were very excited. This was because they came out alive and broke through. Chan observed carefully and found that other than Yenwei, the others had already become divine generals. In other words, among the 10 of them, only he and Yi Qian were still at level 9. However, Zichen had heard the sound transmission from the light shadow earlier and knew that even if Yue had not broken through, he definitely had the resources to break through. I didn't expect all of you to be alive. At that moment, Ben Senlu noticed Zichen and snorted coldly. I'm also surprised to see you come out alive, Zichen replied calmly. The 2 of them had long been at odds with each other, so there was naturally no need to deliberately hide it at this moment. Beside Zichen, the doppelganger that had just disappeared reappeared. The gazes of Wiley and the rest all looked over, their gazes intentionally pausing on the AI. In their opinion, if the AI hadn't teamed up with them, they probably wouldn't have survived this time. Let's go. Zichen did not continue to pay attention to them. He turned his head and looked at Yi Qian. Yi Qian nodded. Let's go together. Wait. Just as they took 2 steps, Wiley walked in front of them and blocked their path. What, you want to fight? Zichen looked coldly at Wiley. Wiley smiled kindly. Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything else. It's just that everyone seems to have forgotten our agreement before coming here. What agreement? Zichen asked. At this moment, Yue and the others also looked at Wiley. Everyone can freely search for the opportunities here. Whatever you find belongs to you. However, there's one thing that the God King needs. So he needs to leave this thing behind. Wiley deliberately emphasized his tone. Hearing this, Zichen was startled. The others' expressions were not much different from his. They all knew about this agreement, but they did not know what the God King really wanted. What does the God King want? Zichen instinctively asked. Wiley shook his head. I'm not too sure. The God King will have to personally tell you. The God King will personally come? Yue asked, clearly surprised. I've already notified the God King. He should be coming. I'll have to trouble everyone to wait a moment. Zichen snorted when he heard this. Even if the Godly King comes personally, it has nothing to do with us. I don't believe that what the Godly King wants is the Law Crystal. Although they did not get along with Zichen, they had to admit that Ben Senlu and the others agreed with what Zichen said. They had come to search for opportunities, but it seemed that they had gained nothing other than Law Crystals. When will the God King come? Our time is very important, Ben Senlu said after a moment, his tone somewhat dissatisfied. The God King was strong, but his father was the second sky god. There were many subordinates who could kill the God King, so he naturally did not take him seriously. It seems that young Master Ben Senlu is getting impatient. A voice suddenly sounded from afar. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice. A beam of divine light appeared there, and a thin and tall figure stood in the middle of the divine light. He had a smile on his face, but his dark eyes added a bit of coldness to his smile. It made people feel uneasy to get close to him when they looked at him. You're God King Sander? Ben Senlu looked at him. That's me. Ben Senlu, who was in the divine light, chuckled. His figure flashed again, and he arrived at the scene. We owe you a favor this time. What do you want? Hurry up and tell us. If we have it, we'll give it to you, Ben Senlu said. When I heard young Master Ben Senla's words, Sander was a little flattered. However, the thing this time is not easy to find. I'll have to find it myself, Sander said. Sander said, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. His sinister gaze was like a sharp blade, making people feel very uncomfortable. Find it yourself? How? Ben Senlu was startled and asked in confusion. The others were also very surprised, but Yue seemed to have guessed something, and his expression changed slightly. I'll search his soul, Sander said. How dare you? You want to search his soul? Sander, do you know what you're doing? Ben Senlu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he flew into a rage. Young Master Ben Senlu, don't be so agitated. I'm just searching the soul of the god Trapping Hand, Sander said. I've already learned the god Trapping Hand and the god Destroying Hand. Do you think I shouldn't be agitated? Ben Senlu said coldly. Sanderson clearly hadn't expected this to happen. He turned to look at Willie, only to see Willie nod at him. In that case, I'll find someone else. Young Master Ben Senlu, I'll forget about it. Sander laughed dryly. Of course. He didn't dare to search the soul of a son of heaven. Although he had a dry smile on his face, he was extremely angry. There was no doubt that this matter was beyond his expectations and had ruined his plan. Then who do you want to search? Him. His name is Sina, and his father is Heavenly God Shibei. And those two? Their fathers are Heavenly God Pagoda Battles. Are you going to search Xavier's soul? His father is also a heavenly god. Ben Senlu looked at Sander and said mockingly. Sander heard this, but he could no longer maintain the smile on his face. His expression turned ugly. Clearly, they had all learned the god Trapping Hand, which had seriously ruined his plan. At this moment, Ben Senlu looked at Jiwei and pointed at him. You can search his soul. He's only the adopted son of a heavenly god. He's nothing. There are too many adopted sons of heavenly gods in the god realm. Sacred King Sandini's eyes rested on Yang Wei. Ji Wei's expression didn't change much, and he didn't show any dissatisfaction because of Ben Senlu's lack of loyalty, even though Sina and the others behind him were furious. Sorry, I don't know the god Trapping Hand, Ji Wei said calmly. Ben Senlu slapped his forehead and said in realization, Oh, I forgot about that. He wanted to learn back then, but I stopped him. Hee, I didn't expect it to help you. Then he pointed at Wiley and said, You can search his soul too. He also learned the god Trapping Hand. I believe he also learned the god Slaying Hand. Those two should have learned the god Slaying Hand as well. At this moment, Ben Senlu was referring to the doppelgangers Zi Qin and Li Ai, causing their expressions to change. Hearing that, Yi Qian immediately stepped forward and stood in front of the clone. Sander's gaze swept past them and landed on Wiley. Suppressing his anger, he asked, What happened? Then Wiley explained everything that had happened in detail. Hearing Wiley's words, Sacred King Sander's expression became increasingly gloomy. I say, Sander, you're not doing this for the god Slaying Hand, are you? If that's the case, I don't mind teaching you the technique, Ben Senlu said. Young master, I appreciate your kindness. I already know the god Slaying Hand. It's something else, Sander said. Oh, that's easy. Search their souls. With your strength, it should be easy for you to search their souls. Just search the two of them. I suspect that the thing you want is on them. Ben Senlu turned around and pointed at the doppelganger Zi Chen and Li Ai. He looked like he was waiting for a good show. You're not allowed to search their souls. Yi Qian said. Yi Qian, get out of the way. He's not searching you. Besides, this is our agreement, isn't it? Ben Senlu said. You're not allowed to search their souls. Yi Qian shook her head, her eyes firm. Humph. As expected of a lowly person from the lower realms. You don't even abide by the most basic of agreements. Xian Lin mocked. Shut up. Chapter 27-25. Bitch, didn't you never rely on your father? Didn't you refuse to acknowledge him? Why are you using his name? As soon as Yi Qian's voice fell, Xian Lin ridiculed, her words extremely harsh. However, the expressions of the others changed. Clearly, they had heard another meaning from her words. Sacred King, Sandini frowned. He didn't expect things to become so troublesome. If that was the case, then searching Zi Chen's soul was undoubtedly the same as searching the soul of a son of God. He couldn't bear such a price. Sixth sister, did you remember wrongly? Or are you deliberately deceiving the sacred king in order to not fulfill your promise? At this moment, Kai Meng's voice sounded. He smiled faintly and said, If I remember correctly, the person father arranged for you to marry should be Zichen, right? Not this guy called Skeleton. Yes, I also feel that something is wrong. I was almost fooled by you. At that time I was also present. The other gods were all present. Goddess I Qian, your marriage partner is Zichen. What? Are you going back on your word? You don't like Zichen, but this skeleton? Xian Lin said with a mocking expression. Ben Sanlu and the others also laughed. Sandini's gloomy expression slowly eased. He looked at I Qian and said with a smile, If he really is the husband of the goddess, then how would I dare to search his soul, even if we had an agreement in advance? However, if he is just an ordinary guard, I feel that the goddess really has to fulfill her promise, because if this spreads, it will affect the goddess' reputation. Most importantly, it will also affect the pagoda battle god. When the others were laughing, Chi Wei didn't laugh. However, when he heard Sandini's words, he frowned. He had long felt that there was something strange between Zi Chen and the skeleton, but he couldn't guess what the problem was. Now, when he heard I Qian's words, he faintly felt that he had grasped something. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. He guessed a possibility, an extremely inconceivable possibility. Bitch, don't ruin father's reputation. Xian Lin coldly said, Quickly hand over this guy. Could it be that, in your eyes, father's reputation is not as good as a mere guard? Furthermore, the deity king is only searching his soul, not killing him. That's right. I just want to see the memories that I need. As for what I shouldn't see, of course, I won't see it. Sanderson smiled. I Qian first looked at Xian Lin, her bright eyes flashing with a touch of ridicule. You keep calling me a slut, but you don't know that I am your sixth sister. I heard that after you were born, you spent most of your time growing up in the main family, and your father hated you. At first, I didn't really believe it. They were all sons of deities, so why was there such a difference? But now I believe it. With your upbringing, it's right for father to hate you. I guess he hates your family as well. I'm going to kill you. Xian Lin was so angry that she screamed. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. The reason why she was so easily angered was because I Qian had touched her sore spot. She had everything. She had a family background. But her father was extremely cold to her. I Qian had nothing, but she was deeply loved by her father. I Qian didn't pay attention to her. She looked at Sanderson and said, Again, if you really dare to search my soul, I will fulfill our agreement. She turned around to look at the avatar. The avatar nodded slightly at I Qian and walked forward. The avatar didn't walk toward Sanderson, but towards Zichen. Then the avatar and Zichen's body lit up at the same time. The two of them merged into one. Sanderson felt something strange before, but when he saw this scene, his face changed into one of astonishment. Avatar, it's an avatar. Damn it, I should have guessed it. I should have guessed it back in the Divine City. At this time, Wag Wei's voice sounded. It was very sharp, as if someone had stepped on his tail. He was very flustered and exasperated. He pointed at Zichen and said, It's you. That damned skeleton from back then was you. I was wondering why I found you so annoying and why you had the goddess token. So it was you. Seeing the two of them merge into one, they clearly understood what had happened. Only then did Yen Wei realize what had happened. He was extremely angry. If he had guessed that the skeleton was Zichen, he would have killed him no matter the price. No wonder you always went against me back then, It was you damn bastard. Sina thought back to everything that had happened, and his heart was filled with anger. He was also filled with regret. He shouldn't have guessed this at the start. There was also Kai Meng he had fought with Zichen. When he first saw the skeleton, he knew that the skeleton didn't get along with him. Although they were vexed now and only realized it now at that time, how could they dare to imagine it? This skeleton of unknown origin was actually Zichen from the Life Star. Even now, they still found it hard to believe that Zichen had a god avatar. This was something that had never happened in the history of the divine realm. If that was the case, everything was simple. If the skeleton was Zichen's avatar, then he was Zichen. Since he was Zichen, then he was naturally Yi Qian's future husband. If that was the case, who would dare to search his soul? If Yi Qian really went back and cried, at that time it wouldn't be the divine kings under the pagoda battle, heavenly god coming. According to the pagoda battle, heavenly god's love for Yi Qian, he would definitely come personally. The reason why Sandra stayed in the 10th domain was because he knew that with his behavior, he wouldn't be welcomed anywhere. He was the adopted son of Zeus, heavenly god. But after his death, not only did he not fulfill his responsibility as an adopted son, he even took the lead to capture a son of a heavenly god and tortured him, wanting to learn some secret. This kind of behavior was naturally disgusting. Although I don't know what you're looking for, since it's an agreement, then search it. At this moment, Li AI spoke. This time, she used her original voice, a female voice. Hearing this voice, the people who were shocked by the identity of Zichen and the skeleton were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that the other party would be a woman. Among the group, it seemed that only she could search his soul. Sandra nodded and said, "Since it's like this, then come with me. Since it's a soul search, then let's do it here. If there's something you want, you can just take it. If there's nothing, we still have to leave." Yi Qian looked at Sandra and said, "We agreed before that she would come to our place to kill creatures from another space and time to get resources. It's just a divine general. Why do you need to rope him in? This shows that you don't have the support of your family." Xian Lin naturally wouldn't let go of a good opportunity to attack Yi Qian. Clearly, in her opinion, Yi Qian was deliberately trying to rope in Sandra because Yi Qian lacked experts. However, this could also mislead Sandra. Sandra, who originally wanted to take Li AI, looked at Yi Qian. Yi Qian also looked at him, her beautiful eyes full of determination, not backing down. Clearly, he couldn't take the last person away. Since you need to search his soul, then what you want must be extraordinary. How about this? We'll stay here. You should have your own space, right? You can search his soul there. Even if you really find something, we won't know, Zichen said at this moment. His tone was still polite. This was clearly a concession, and for Sandra it was still acceptable. Sandra nodded. He waved his hand, and a light fell on the AI. In the next moment, the two figures disappeared. After Sandra and the AI disappeared, the others looked at Zichen again, especially Willie. Before this, he had seen Zichen's powerful means, and also the power of his doppelgangers. However, he never thought that the god who used the god's trapping hand would be his doppelganger. Now that the two had merged into one, wouldn't his fighting strength be even stronger? However, to be able to catch the eye of the goddess and be willing to accompany him, it was reasonable that Zichen had such a special ability. "You've hidden yourself well, just like a coward," Qi Wei said coldly as he looked at Zichen. He was extremely unhappy that he had been played like a fool. Zichen heard this and smiled faintly. Since Yue could say something like this, it was obvious that he was angry enough. Zichen didn't respond. However, it was this expression that made Yue even angrier. Fortunately, he had been frustrated since the beginning of the confrontation with Zichen, so his mentality was quite good. He guessed that Zichen was deliberately provoking him, so he deliberately suppressed the anger in his heart. Zichen, who had a doppelganger, was more of a threat than he had imagined. At this moment, he had grown to the level of a divine champion, which made him feel very uneasy. Yi Qian was waiting for Li AI. Perhaps the others were curious about whether Sandra could get what he wanted, so they didn't leave at this moment. Time passed as they waited. During this time, the two sides didn't talk much. Yue's gaze fell on Zichen from time to time, and his eyes flashed with coldness. It was unknown whether he was plotting something. Zichen ignored him. Yue hadn't broken through, and was still a 9th-level divine envoy. Even if he was plotting something, he wasn't afraid. After waiting for a while, Sandra and the AI reappeared. Sandra's expression was not very good. Looking at his ugly expression, everyone could guess that he hadn't obtained anything. How was it? Yiqian looked at Li AI and asked. At the same time, she looked at her from head to toe, her eyes full of concern. TCH, what a hypocrite. Don't you just want her to be your hired thug? Xian Lin said disdainfully. Yiqian ignored her and looked at Sandra and asked, Can we go now? Chapter 27-26. Yiqian was a bit surprised by God King Sandini's straightforwardness, but she didn't hesitate. Holding Li AI's hand, she said intimately, Let's go now? Zichen followed behind and nodded at Sacred King Sandini. Sacred King Sandini nodded in response, and Zichen left. God King, we will also take our leave. Zichen and Yiqian left first. Yan Wei cupped his fists at God King Sandini, politely bid him farewell, and left as well. Now that they had all become divine champions, the usually haughty sons of gods also bid farewell to God King Sandini and left. In fact, in the depths of their hearts, they were extremely disdainful of God King Sandini, because he had attacked the sons of gods before. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone left, leaving behind only God King Sandini and Wily. Wily didn't need to say anything. He knew everything through the AI's soul. Your Excellency, did you gain anything? Asked Wily. God King Sandini shook his head, his expression extremely gloomy. He said coldly, We were all wiped out. Humph, I don't believe you didn't do this for a reason. Zichen's group left this world. They didn't stay for too long and returned the way they came. During this time, Yiqian's face was full of joy. According to Li AI, God King Sandini might not let her go, but she didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Of course, this had a lot to do with her persistence. When a daughter of God spoke, who wouldn't give her some face? During this time, Zichen didn't say a word. Although things had gone smoothly, he didn't think it was over so easily. He had a bad feeling in his heart. When they arrived at the teleportation formation, the three directly entered it. What followed was a long time of transmission. During this time, Yan Wei and the others followed behind, but the two sides didn't speak. After many transmissions, the three arrived at the city where Yan Wei was. Let's go. The three of them didn't stay here for long and flew out of the city. When the three of them left, Yao Wei and the others had also arrived. He looked coldly at the departing Zichen, his expression indescribably cold. It's all good now. We can finally return. While advancing, Yiqian smiled lightly, appearing extremely relaxed. Is your city deep in here? Li AI asked curiously. Yiqian nodded and said, Yes, in a place where there are no teleportation arrays. After flying for some distance, Yiqian turned to look at Zichen. Zichen nodded. Next, his body released rays of light, which enveloped the two of them. Swoosh! The world unfolded and teleported directly. As a divine general, Zichen's speed was naturally not slow. When the figure reappeared, Li AI found that there was a city that was not very big in front of her. She also did not know how far Zichen had teleported. So she asked, This is your city? It doesn't look big at all. Not only was it not big, Li AI was being polite. Compared to other cities, this could at most be called a castle. Zichen stood in the air. He did not find any creatures from the other dimensions around him, which was a bit surprising. It seemed that they had been very diligent during this time. Yiqian looked at Li AI and said with a smile, The people living here are all our own people. I have no intention of expanding my influence. Li Ai heard and was touched. Yi Qian was willing to bring her here. Clearly, it was not because she wanted to rope her in as a subordinate, but because she treated her as one of her own. While feeling touched, she also did not understand. She was not very familiar with goddess Yi Qian. So why was she so good to her? Let's go. It's time to go. This time, everyone should try to get more. Damn it, last time when we crossed over, those people were too evil. Next time, Lord Buddha will not do anything but make a few teleportation arrays and sit in front of them to collect fees. It's no different from robbing people. At this moment, Zi Chen heard a familiar voice coming from the God City, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, they had spent a lot of time on the trial. Clearly, everyone had returned after getting the opportunity. Listening to Tyrant's words, it should be a group of people who came back. They had spent a lot of divine crystals to cross over. Tyrant and the others walked out of the city, and in the next moment, they saw Zi Chen and the other two above. At first, he was in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Zi Chen and the other two were still there. "It's you," Tyrant said. Behind him, LV Peng and the others looked reluctant. When they saw Zi Chen and Yi Qian, they were also in disbelief. "If it's not us, who else could it be? Why? What are you all planning to do?" Zi Chen descended and looked at them as he asked. "Don't mention it. When we came back, because we did not have the goddess token, the teleportation cost was too high. We had just broken through. But Tyrant insisted on dragging us to kill creatures from the other dimensions to earn divine crystals." Zhang Haotian, who had always been cold and quiet, actually spoke. It could be seen how helpless he was about Tyrant's actions. "You still have the nerve to say that. Those were all divine crystals provided by me," Tyrant said unhappily. Zi Chen smiled when he heard this and said, "All right, everyone can go back now. Well, let me introduce you. This is our new friend, Li Ai. We met her in the trial." Then Zi Chen looked at Li Ai and said, "Li Ai, this is Tyrant. He is LV Peng. He is Zhang Haotian. He is Xing Chen. He is Lei Ting. Hello, I'm Li Ai." Li Ai greeted everyone. When they heard Li Ai's female voice and saw that she had taken off her black robe, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face, the gazes that these people gave Zi Chen were somewhat strange. "You brought back another woman. Zi Chen, you are so lucky," Tyrant said in a sarcastic tone. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zi Chen waved his hand and a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. This wind swept Tyrant away and flew him into the distance. "Didn't you want to find something? Then come back when you have more," Zi Chen said with a smile. Tyrant was already out of sight as he flew backward. Only his unwilling roar could be heard from the horizon. When the others felt the aura contained in the wind, their expressions changed. They were all shocked. "Divine General?" Zhang Haotian said. Zi Chen nodded and said, "It's just luck. Let's go in." No one cared about the monk anymore. The group of people entered the divine city. Soon, the peaceful divine city became bustling with noise and excitement. Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, Wang Xian, Brilliant, and the others appeared one after another. Li Ai was also very surprised when she saw so many beauties here. When the two returned, they had both become divine generals. This made the people who were only at level 7 feel extremely incredulous. They all asked what had happened. "I still have some resources here. You guys can refine them later and try to break through as soon as possible." This time, Zi Chen had obtained a lot of resources, especially the Xing Chen resources. In addition, there were also the resources that Li Ai gave before her memories were sealed. There were many divine, general level law crystals among them. Of course, Tyrant wouldn't go out alone to hunt creatures from another dimension. When he came back, he happened to see Zi Chen distributing law crystals to everyone. His eyes immediately lit up. The dissatisfaction he had when he was sent flying had disappeared. He stepped forward and said, Congratulations on breaking through." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and looked at Zi-chan with a smile. After giving out the resources, everyone began to refine them and try to break through as soon as possible. Li Ai said that she wanted to go out for a walk. Only Zi-chan and Yi Qian were left in the room. "When do you plan to give Li Ai's memories to her?" Yi Qian asked. Zi-chan had been thinking about this problem along the way. At this time he said, "There's no hurry. I don't think God King Sandor will give up so easily. Let's wait a little longer." "Wait until when?" "When the God King gives up, or when we can contend with him, we will be able to do so. If we give it to him now, it won't be good if God King Sandor comes back," Zi-chan said. Yi Qian nodded, agreeing with Zi-chan. Then she asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "I've decided to build a city in the God world. I'll open a teleportation formation to the Life Star and let the people there come here." Zi-chan now had resources. They were just resources in his hands. He couldn't use them. If he used them, he would have a huge team. The Life Star didn't lack geniuses. What it lacked was opportunities. Now that there were no shackles, their realms would certainly soar. At that time, he could bring them to the God world, and their speed would be faster. Hearing Zi-chan's words, Yi Qian thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go back to the 9th region." They weren't familiar with this place. There were almost no resources they could use. For example, they didn't have any training grounds suitable for level 8 or level 9 hunters. However, the 9th region was different. It was the territory of the god of Pagoda Battle. The god of Pagoda had been there for many years. Of course, he had a perfect training ground. If they could go back, it would be a good thing for the Life Star. It could be said that it was a great fortune. At this time, Zi-chan was very touched. Yi Qian didn't ask for anything from the god of Pagoda. However, for him, she was willing to go back and ask the god of Pagoda for help. However, the god world's attitude toward Life Stars wasn't clear. Thus, Zi-chan couldn't involve the god of Pagoda. Although he and Yi Qian had been friends for a long time, he didn't want to owe her such a big favor. Thus he refused. At the same time, it was also because he didn't want to be a king. He just wanted to take one step at a time. He didn't expect to train a great army of god envoys in a short time. Chapter 27:27. On the Heaven Martial Continent, Zi-chan hovered in the air, releasing the aura of a divine general. A fierce pressure appeared in the world, covering the hearts of all the creatures on the Heaven Martial Continent. It was very stifling, as if a peerless calamity had just awakened. However, they didn't feel threatened by this pressure. It was as if even if a peerless calamity had awakened, it wouldn't harm them. The power of the principle of heaven and earth appeared, surging in the sky. This power of the principle of heaven and earth became more condensed and powerful. Li Ai stood next to Zi-chan, looking around in astonishment. Because she was bored and she wanted to avoid God King Sandor, she had followed Zi-chan and Yi Qian to the Life Star. Yi Qian wasn't surprised. This world was closely related to Zi-chan. As his force grew, the principle of heaven and earth would become more condensed. At this moment, the Heaven Martial Continent, including the entire Life Star, was shaken because of this change. The principle of heaven and earth became clearer. The cultivators who had encountered bottlenecks could now see the threshold to break through. This kind of thing had happened before. The last time was more than 100 years ago. Some big forces vaguely guessed what had happened. They all looked in a certain direction, their faces full of shock. Apparently that man had returned. All creatures, listen up. I am Zi-chan, the heaven-defying warrior of this Life Star. All the cultivators who have broken through to the Saint Realm, enter the Star Passage and train there. Enter the God City. I will take you to the God world there. Zi-chan had left such words before. Today he repeated them again. Not only the creatures on the Life Star could hear it, but also the other creatures who had broken through to this realm could hear it in the principle of heaven and earth. This was his full power as the heaven-defying warrior of this life star. All the principle of heaven and earth were with him. The stronger he was, the stronger the principle of heaven and earth would be. The weaker he was, the weaker the principle of heaven and earth would be. Zi Chen's voice reverberated. All the creatures on the life star could hear it clearly. At this moment, they understood that Zi Chen had returned and his cultivation level had increased again. The experts from the Tianwu continent were all excited. They all wanted to see Zi Chen, but by the time they arrived, Zi Chen had already disappeared. He entered the star path and then entered the divine city. There he met some hunters from the life star. However, they hadn't reached level 8 yet. Zi Chen gave them some resources and told them to cultivate well. Then he returned to the divine world with Yi Qian and Ai Li. In the divine city, the others were cultivating. The three who had returned were not idle either. They were seizing the time to comprehend the techniques. After reaching the general realm, the power in one's body would also change, and one would need to slowly get used to it. Everyone was busy, and the divine city was very quiet. Even Sacred King Sandini did not come. On this day, Zi Chen and the other two left the divine city and headed for the depths of this world. They planned to find the mother nest as soon as possible. For this kind of opportunity that could directly raise one's cultivation base, one could never have too many. The mother nest you mentioned, is it still there? Yi Qian asked while Zi Chen was teleporting. I don't know. Maybe it's still there, Zi Chen said uncertainly. Last time, he and Shadowless went to find the mother nest. Although they had some gains along the way, they encountered that powerful half-human, half-beast existence in the end. That was why they were beaten back. This time, Zi Chen's goal was that place. After a few teleportations, they arrived at their destination. Zi Chen looked at Shadowless, who couldn't be seen, and asked, Can you still find the restriction from that day? The restriction is still there. As for whether the mother nest is still there, I'm not too sure, Shadowless said. He signaled Zi Chen to go down and find the entrance. There were many level 6 creatures from the other time and space. To the current Zi Chen, it was just the power of a space rend. Buzz! A ripple of light flashed forward. Wherever it passed, space was torn apart, and the creatures from another space-time that were cut in half were all killed. Zi Chen's footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to enter the next level. All the creatures from the other time and space were killed by him and kept in his world. These were all materials that could be exchanged for valuable contribution points and divine crystals. Now that all his secrets were exposed, he needed to consider whether he should go to other cities to gather more people to specially dissect the bodies of these creatures from the other time and space. After entering several levels, Shadowless, who had entered first, appeared. He shook his head at Zi Chen and said, No, the mother nest has left. Zi Chen felt extremely regretful about this. The mother nest is no longer here. Let's go, Zi Chen said and turned around. Li Ai was very surprised because she couldn't see Shadowless at all. But this was a real person. According to Yi Qian, even the gods couldn't see Shadowless's existence. After coming out, the three of them stood in the air. Shadowless, the fourth person, stood beside Zi Chen. Although he could see the mother nest, it would take him a long time to find it. It was obviously impossible to find it in a short time. Why don't we go deeper and see what's there? The last time we went back, Father told us that the creatures from the other time and space are not as simple as we thought, Yi Qian said. Zi Chen heard and looked at Li Ai. She nodded and said, Let's go take a look. In the heavenly realm, more than 80% of the land was occupied by creatures from the other time and space. The gods who originally belonged here were more like invaders, constantly trying to expand their territory. But their expansion rate was far slower than the creatures from the other time and space, so the results were not great. Everyone knew that the deeper they went, the stronger the creatures from the other time and space would be. So very few people dared to go in a straight line. Zi-Chan relied on his world and chose to go in a straight line. Every time he teleported, he would travel tens of thousands of miles. Again and again his figure would appear. The creatures from the other time and space he encountered were stronger and stronger. Level 7, level 8, and then level 9. When they appeared and saw the creatures from the other time and space that were comparable to the level 9 divine envoys of the God Clan, their expressions changed. Although the number of creatures from the other time and space here was not like the outside world, which was densely packed and covered the sky, there were still many of them. Within the range of Zi-Chen's spiritual senses, there were many level 9 creatures from the other time and space. They could even form an army of tens of thousands in an instant. How terrifying was this? When Yi Qian and Li Ai saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Even though they had the strength of the general realm, they still felt their hearts tremble, because there were just too many of these creatures from the other time and space. It's too scary. It seems that the rumors are true. If we continue to move forward, we will definitely encounter creatures from the other time and space that are comparable to the general realm, Yi Qian said. Zi-Chen expanded his spiritual senses and found that these level 9 creatures from the other time and space were not the same as the half-human, half-beast he saw last time. Although they were of the same realm, they obviously lacked intelligence. There was only cruelty in their eyes, and they did not know how to speak. At this moment, when they saw the 3 of them, they also rushed in their direction. Some of them grew wings on their backs and flew over. Swoosh! Li Ai formed a seal with her hands, and a divine light flew out from her side and turned into a beam of divine light that flew in all directions. Puff! Puff! This divine light was the heavenly needle. Divine King Sandro, who had searched her soul, did not take it away. Wherever the heavenly needle passed, the creatures from the other time and space that were charging forward stopped one after another. Their souls were destroyed and they fell to the ground. But before their bodies could hit the ground, they were suddenly sucked in by vortexes that appeared one after another. It was Zi-Chen who opened the world, but he never let Li Ai see that world. Even when he teleported, he only used energy to envelop her. He was not wary of Li Ai, but Divine King Sandro. Li Ai was killing the level 9 creatures from the other time and space that were flying over. With the heavenly needle, they would not be able to reach the 3 of them in a short time. At this moment, Zi-Chen looked into the depths and said, "Why don't we continue to go deeper?" There were level 9 creatures here. If they went deeper, they might encounter divine general-level creatures from the other time and space. This made Yi Qian and Li Ai hesitate slightly. In the end, Yi Qian said, "Let's go and take a look. If we feel that something is wrong, we will leave." After all, Zi-Chen had time and could travel thousands of miles in an instant. This was something that divine generals could not do. Thus, Zi-Chen continued to teleport with the 3 of them. This time, they teleported for a longer time because there were too many level 9 creatures from the other time and space. Clearly, the level 9 creatures were also divided into strong and weak. The deeper they went, the stronger the creatures from the other time and space. Just like that, Zi-Chen, who had teleported to another location, discovered something after he had traveled another 100,000 miles. In front of him, castles appeared one after another. These castles were all floating in the air, their surface flickering with a resplendent light. "There are people living here." The 3 of them were stunned and looked at the castles one after another. They saw that from time to time there were shadows flying out of those castles. Those shadows all looked like humans. At this moment, Zi-Chan released his spiritual sense and landed in the distance. After sensing the aura of those people, his expression changed, and he said, "They are not humans. They are celestials." Celestials. Li Ai turned her head to look at Zi-Chen, looking very puzzled. After hearing this, Yi Qian's expression changed instantly, looking extremely incredulous. They are the rulers of the creatures from the other time and space. Or rather, creatures from the other time and space. Zi Chen's face was slightly pale. He had the celestial race by his side, so he naturally knew about them. They were truly intelligent life forms, extremely powerful and terrifying. He didn't expect to see so many celestial race in the depths of this place, and every one of them was a divine general. Those cities seemed to be arranged in a circle. It looks like they are guarding something, Li Ai said. Zi Chen obviously noticed this as well. He immediately released his spiritual thought and probed into the depths of the cave. In the depths there was a thick fog, and when his spiritual power fell on it, it was blocked. His eyes flashed, and his spiritual power forcibly passed through the thick fog. After completely passing through the fog and seeing the scene in the fog, his expression changed again. He instantly withdrew his spiritual sense and shouted, "Let's go!" Chapter 27-28. This voice sounded very abruptly, as if it came from behind him. However, Zi Chen, who turned around, did not see anyone appear behind him. His body released a light that enveloped the two of them, and his body disappeared from where he stood. Buzz! As soon as his figure disappeared, the surrounding space began to tremble. One after another, the power of law descended, forming a heaven and earth chain that firmly sealed this space. The three of them were forced to appear. After seeing the sealed space, Zi Chen said, "Li Ai, attack with all your strength." At this moment, under the cover of his spiritual sense, he saw that among the buildings in the distance, there were one divine race after another flying towards them. Swish! In front of Li Ai, the heavenly god needle appeared and directly turned into a ray of divine light, heading towards the sealed law. The divine needle flickered and a powerful aura surged. A large hole was immediately pierced through the law. Then, Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he teleported away with the two of them. The divine race, who were chasing after them, lost their target. 10,000 miles away, chase. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The divine race, who had stopped, flew forward one after another. As divine generals, their speed was very fast. We're already 30,000 miles away. Don't chase. But in the next moment, that voice sounded again. These divine race heard it and turned back. In a short moment, the other party was able to run tens of thousands of miles away. This speed was too fast. Zi Chen teleported hundreds of thousands of miles in one breath. After leaving that area, he stopped. Yi Qian looked at him and asked doubtfully, "What did you see?" Previously, her spiritual sense had also probed, but when it reached the thick fog, it was blocked and could no longer advance. She never thought that Zi Chen's spiritual sense would also penetrate deep into it. A brood mother as big as an island. That voice just now came from the brood mother. Zi Chen said, now that he thought about it, his heart still palpitated. The cities from before were all to protect the brood mother in the center. This brood mother clearly possessed extremely high intelligence and was able to mobilize those divine race. When Yi Qian heard this, she was also very surprised. Being able to find a mother nest wasn't a matter of luck. Perhaps there would be more mother nests in the depths of the abyss, as well as other similar places. "Are you going back now?" Li Ai asked. Although she had the heavenly god needle, she still felt a great threat just now. Fortunately, everyone ran fast, otherwise they would have been surrounded by those celestial race. "Go back. We'll know what's there when Shadowless returns." Before leaving, Zi Chen left Shadowless behind. This had become a habit because no one could discover him. He could see whatever he wanted to see. The three of them teleported again and chose to return. This time, Zi Chen returned to the Divine City in one go. After returning, he began to think about what to do next. In this realm of the gods, it was impossible to have opportunities all the time. After all, one's realm had to be raised step by step. In this process, the most important thing was to display one's strength. In the past, they didn't have the heart to contend for hegemony. However, as their realms increased, they had no choice but to consider expanding the city. It wasn't to contend for hegemony, but to obtain more divine crystals and contribution points to exchange for other cultivation resources. This was also the key to increasing their strength. Therefore, it was imperative to display one's strength. However, the problem in front of Zichen was how to display one's strength. One must know that to display one's strength, one must have people, and what he lacked now was people. In addition, because the city was placed in this place, it seemed to be for peace and quiet. However, it seemed to be too peaceful now. It was so peaceful that it was almost isolated from the rest of the world. Obviously, Yi Qian could also see the importance of displaying one's strength. She looked at Zichen and said, "Why don't we move the city back?" If they moved it back, it would be thousands of miles away from other cities. They could then build a teleportation array and recruit more people. However, in this way, they would have to kill those creatures from another dimension in the periphery. To them, it wasn't very attractive. The harvest was also very little. Moving the city back was a complete waste of time. Zichen shook his head. This method definitely wouldn't work. Then why don't we open up our own path? Yi Qian said again. Of course, it was just a suggestion. This suggestion was a bit too big because they would have to put down too many cities during this period and ensure that these cities wouldn't be destroyed by the creatures from another dimension. The project was extremely huge, but if it was completed, they wouldn't have any worries at all. This might be the final path they had to take, but they didn't have the ability to take it yet. As for leaving the 10th domain and going to other regions, Zichen had never thought about it. Then what should we do? Yi Qian didn't have any ideas and could only mutter, "If we don't do this, we won't be able to turn them into resources even though we have powerful strength to kill so many creatures from another dimension. Even if we hire people, no one will dare to come because it's too far away." Li Ai obviously couldn't help and could only listen to the two of them. It seemed that out of the 200 or so people in the castle, only the 3 of them had nothing to do. Zichen nodded and said, "The closest city to us is Shaky. He has a grudge with us, so he naturally won't let us go so smoothly. Once he finds out about our plan, I'm afraid he'll destroy it. Therefore, it won't work there." Suddenly, Zichen had an idea and said, "Why don't we build a city ourselves and use it to exchange for resources?" "What do you mean?" Yi Qian looked at him in confusion. Zichen said, "We'll rely on a relatively stable city and then build another city within 10,000 kilometers of him. That city will be used to put the corpses of creatures from another dimension. When the time comes, we'll hire some divine envoys to be in charge of decomposing them. We'll pay them. When there are more resources to be decomposed, we'll sell them. This way, we won't have to worry about not having enough manpower or others interfering. As for how to bring more corpses of creatures from another dimension there, leave it to me." Yi Qian completely understood what Zichen meant. Her eyes lit up and she said, "That's a good idea." "Then we'll find someone to buy a city and build it," Zichen said. Naturally, they would do it because this was the most important thing right now. As for the candidate, it had to be a god. Therefore, Yi Qian thought of Toby. Toby was the divine envoy that had been following Yi Qian since God's City. He was now a level 7 divine envoy and was refining law crystals in an attempt to reach a higher level. Yi Qian woke him up from his seclusion and told him why she had come. It was supposed to be a very happy thing, but when Toby heard this, his expression became gloomy. He immediately said, "Goddess, did Toby do something wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong. This is an opportunity to build a city. It's very rare." Yi Qian was very curious about Toby's thoughts. In her opinion, in the god realm, all the gods hoped to have a city of their own to expand their forces. However, Toby didn't seem to be happy about it. "But I don't want to leave here. I don't want to build a city either. I just want to follow you and protect you, Toby said. His eyes were very determined. Ichien was startled. She didn't expect Toby to say something like this. In fact, it wasn't just Toby. If anyone else in the city was asked, they would all say the same thing. After all, they had improved so much in less than 1,000 years. If they went out alone, let alone 1,000 years, they wouldn't be able to achieve what they had today, even if they worked for 10,000 years. Whether it was the goddess or Zichin, they didn't treat them as outsiders. Everyone shared the resources. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to leave? Of course, Evil Good Monk was an exception. Toby, you misunderstood. I just want you to build a city. We have other uses for that city. Of course, after you build a city, you can still come back here, Zichin said with a smile. Okay, Toby will do whatever the goddess says. Toby nodded and relaxed. Then let's go. The four of them left the god city and teleported. After arriving at the city, Yi Qian took out the goddess token, and everyone was teleported to the center of the region. This was a general-level city. The city lord was a divine general. His realm was unknown. Many divine envoys gathered in this city. Every day, many people came here to trade. It was very lively. After Zichin and the other three arrived, Toby went to exchange for resources first, while Zichin, Ichien, and the AI went to another castle. They needed to come here to choose a place to settle down. At the same time, they needed to use the rules here to send out a recruitment notice. The divine world had very good treatment for the Son of God. After she took out the goddess token, everything became very simple. By the time Toby came back, Ichien had already chosen a level 7 city, which was already a good choice for the current transition. Moreover, the city lord said that he would build a teleportation array within a month. It's here. Ichien pointed at a city on the map and said, It's within 10,000 miles of this city. The executive immediately said, That's Fallen Swallow City. The city lord is a 6th level divine envoy. It's there. Let people build the teleportation array. After saying that, they turned around and left. Soon, a voice spread through the city through the rules. Goddess Ichien is recruiting 5th level divine envoys. Go to Toby City to decompose the materials from the creatures of another space. There is no limit to the number of people. The treatment is very good. Those who are interested can come to the trading place to discuss. Usually, such recruitment notices would be deliberately marked. Only a few of them were published directly through the rules of the city. However, every time the notice was published, it was extremely important to the oracles here. When the divine envoys who came here heard that they needed 5th level divine envoys to decompose the materials from the creatures of another space, and there was no limit to the number of people, they were all shocked. It was hard to believe. After all, 5th level divine envoys were already very powerful. How could they be recruited just for decomposing materials? Then what grade of materials and how many materials would be needed to pay for hiring them? However, this sentence was very obvious. The other party was goddess Ichien. Although they didn't know Ichien, it was enough to know that she was a son of God. Chapter 27-29. When these people arrived at the transaction site, they saw Ichien and Zichin. At this moment, there was a distorted space in front of the two of them. In that space, there were engravings of the requirements for the divine envoys. On one hand, these divine envoys were curious. On the other hand, they wanted to see the daughter of the God of Heaven. After all, the God of Heaven wasn't someone that everyone could casually see. After arriving at the transaction site, they subconsciously used their divine sense to explore the space. Then, their expressions slightly changed. They originally thought that it was a waste for a 5th level divine envoy to go and decompose the materials. They didn't expect that the lowest grade of materials that the other party wanted was 5th level, and the highest grade was 9th level. During this period, they didn't receive a clear reward. They only received a reward according to the grade of the materials they decomposed. Among those materials, there were 6th level to 9th level materials. There weren't any 5th level materials. Seeing the scene, a 5th level divine envoy asked, "Excuse me, do you have a lot of materials that need to be decomposed?" Zichen looked at the other party and said, "It's not a lot, it's a lot. If you are the only one decomposing the materials, I'm afraid that you won't be able to finish decomposing them even when your lifespan is exhausted." The lifespan of the god race was endless. There was no such thing as exhausting one's lifespan. The meaning of Zichen's words was very clear. He wanted a lot of materials to be decomposed. Then I can continue to decompose them. The 5th level divine envoy was clearly moved. The expression of the 5th level divine envoys beside him also changed. "As long as you don't want to leave, you can continue to decompose them. We will pay you the corresponding amount of materials you decompose." At this moment, there were many divine envoys gathered around. There were many low-level divine envoys and some high-level divine envoys. During this time, those high-level divine envoys didn't speak. At this time, a 3rd-level divine envoy asked, "Then can we go?" Zichen said, "If you think that you can decompose 6th-level materials, then you can go." When the 3rd-level divine envoy heard this, his expression became gloomy. He was only a 3rd-level divine envoy. How could he decompose 6th-level materials? Unless he had a divine weapon. "Don't tell me that you don't have any low-level materials to decompose?" The 3rd-level divine envoy asked unwillingly. "Low-level materials are too troublesome to decompose. We don't have enough contribution points." When everyone heard this, they were even more shocked. One had to know that a level 3 material could be decomposed into a level 4 material. Yet the other party actually didn't care for it. "Don't tell me that it's only going to be decomposed for a short period of time?" A 6th grade oracle asked. Zichen thought about it and said, "If there are no accidents, and there are enough of them, they can be decomposed for hundreds of years." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the other oracles around him changed. They didn't need to fight. All they had to do was decompose the materials. There was no danger. If they worked for 100 years, the amount of divine crystals they had accumulated might be enough to buy a city. Immediately, many people became interested. Because of her identity as a goddess, the recruitment went smoothly and no one came out to cause trouble. Liai stayed behind while Zichen and the other 2 returned to Luo City. After a few teleportations, the 3 of them arrived at Fallen Swallow City. Then, according to the place marked on the map, they traveled for nearly 10,000 miles and began to descend. The process of landing the city was completed by Toby. He first refined the city and then controlled it to land. The city landed with a bang, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth was absorbed by the city. The array in the city naturally activated, and the whole city began to expand. This time, it was expanded according to the size of the city. This was because the city could be open to everyone. After they landed, some divine array masters who were building the teleportation array had already arrived. After choosing a location, they began to work. After that, Toby stayed behind while Zichen and Yi Qian teleported to Fallen Swallow City. Yi Qian continued to go to the trading center to recruit people, while Zichen went to the place with the level 6 creatures from another dimension. When he arrived and saw the densely packed creatures from another dimension, he directly opened his world and absorbed them. In an instant, he opened several worlds, and the speed at which he absorbed the creatures from another dimension became faster. Absorbing them into his world was to use the power of rules to kill them and then put them into his world. During this time, the killing continued. After killing a large number of level 6 creatures from another dimension, Zichen also teleported to the level 7 creatures, then level 8 and level 9 creatures. As for the divine generals, he didn't dare to go forward because they were already in human form. After killing them, he would obtain energy crystals, not materials. After half a month, Ziqin had placed too many corpses of creatures from another dimension in his world. He believed that it would take a long time for each yen to recruit people to decompose them. When he returned to Tobi City, he found that the construction of the teleportation array was almost finished. During this time, Tobi was supervising and urging everyone not to slack off. After waiting for another 5 days, the teleportation array was completed. Ziqin gave the divine envoys some extra divine crystals as a reward for their hard work. The divine envoys accepted the crystals and thanked him gratefully. After they teleported away, Ziqin opened his world and began to dump the corpses of the creatures from another dimension. They fell like raindrops and soon piled up in a large pile, which made Tobi extremely shocked. Soon, a mountain of level 6 corpses piled up in front of him, and there was still a lot to be dumped. Tobi, don't just stand there. Mobilize the rules of the city and start monitoring the corpses of these creatures. Ziqin said aloud. This time he obtained a lot of corpses of creatures from another dimension, and the people brought by each yen were all strangers, so he naturally had to be on guard. The role of the divine race's divine city was equivalent to Ziqin's own world. As long as the city lord is willing, the rules can monitor every movement here. Because things didn't go well in the beginning, Tobi naturally had to stay here to help. When everything goes smoothly, Tobi can be released. The corpses of the creatures from another dimension piled up like a small hill. There were 10 piles of level 6 corpses for piles of level 7 corpses, 3 piles of level 8 corpses, and 1 pile of level 9 corpses. This should be enough for them to decompose for a long time. After leaving the rest to Tobi, Ziqin stepped into the transmission array and arrived at Fallen Swallow City. However, when Ziqin was about to enter the transmission array of Fallen Swallow City, he was stopped by a divine envoy who said, "Transmission divine crystals." Ziqin was stunned when he heard that. Only then did he remember that he wasn't with each yen. It seemed that after arriving in the divine realm for so long, he hadn't paid a single divine crystal. After paying 10 divine crystals as the transmission fee, Ziqin arrived at the second city. He continued to pay divine crystals and teleported. During this time, he teleported dozens of times in a row. Although the consumption of divine crystals wasn't much, Ziqin truly felt that such a long-distance transmission cost a lot of divine crystals. It was no wonder that Tyrant kept saying that he wanted to earn divine crystals when he came back last time. The last time they came here, they teleported no less than hundreds of times. Moreover, there were many of them, so the total amount was naturally a lot. When he arrived at the general level city again, Ziqin quickly found each yen. Then he noticed that there were more than 200 divine envoys beside each yen. Among them, there were level 5 and level 6 divine envoys. There weren't any level 7, level 8, or level 9 divine envoys. Why are there so few of them? Ziqin asked in confusion. Ichien replied helplessly, "Many people still don't quite believe it. These people also said that they want to take a look first. How's it going on your side?" "I believe that after they see it, they won't be willing to leave," Ziqin said confidently. Everything was difficult at the beginning. He believed that it would gradually get better in the future. "That's good. Let's go." Ichien turned around, looked at the divine envoys, and said, "Everyone follow me." At the same time, Ziqin released his general level aura and spread out his spiritual thoughts. "Is there anyone else who wants to go? If you don't want to stay there, we will pay you the divine crystals you need to return here." The divine envoys who often stayed here naturally knew what Ziqin was talking about. At this moment, they were also a little moved. After all, it was good to go and take a look, and there was no loss. "Everyone can go. We will pay the teleportation divine crystals to return," Ziqin said again. In the God realm, not all divine envoys were rich, so they also cared about the teleportation divine crystals. Anyway, there was no harm in it. Moreover, Zichen also showed his general-level aura, which made many people willing to trust him. So they followed him. Whether it was to join in the fun or to really want to go, there were always hundreds more people in an instant. The teleportation divine crystals needed by these people added up were a lot. However, Yi Qian had the goddess token, so she obviously didn't need to pay the teleportation divine crystals. The team of hundreds of people followed Yi Qian and began to teleport over a long distance. Everywhere they passed, they attracted the attention of many guards of the teleportation formation. Obviously, they were still quite dissatisfied that they couldn't earn such a sum of money. However, there was such a rule in the God realm. After many teleportations, the last stop was Toby City. As soon as they walked out of the teleportation array, they saw the spacious city and the dozens of corpses of other worldly creatures piled up like mountains. In an instant, everyone was stunned. There were so many corpses of creatures from another dimension, enough for them to dissect for a long time. These creatures from another dimension are divided into different levels. Try to dissect them according to what you can. Then go to the city, Lord's mansion, to exchange for materials. At this moment, Zichen realized that there were not enough people. They needed people to count the materials and divide the divine crystals. They even needed people to guard the teleportation formation. He looked at Yi Qian, and Yi Qian spread her hands and gave him a very helpless expression. Just as everyone was stunned, Zichen left Toby City. The world instantly opened, and he teleported outside the God City. Before he entered the city, he shouted loudly, "Everyone wake up. We have to do some serious business." Chapter 2730. They opened their eyes and woke up from their seclusion. They did not know what had happened and walked out of their rooms. "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Su Mengyao walked over leisurely and asked Zichen with concern. "I'll tell you later. Now everyone follow me," Zichen said anxiously. Everyone was puzzled, but they did not ask and followed Zichen out. "Is everyone leaving? Do we need to leave someone here to guard?" Wang Xian asked casually as she walked out with everyone. "There's no need for that. There are rules here. No one can come in." As the group walked out, Zichen's body glowed with energy and shrouded everyone. Then he disappeared from where he was. As he had brought a lot of people with him, and Zichen did not want to expose the world, he could not teleport to his destination in one go. During this time, he had time to briefly explain to everyone what had happened. Everyone was surprised when they heard Zichen's words. It was not a small matter to land on a city, but it was also a good thing. Such a big decision should be discussed with everyone in advance. This way, everyone can be prepared in advance. "It's too reckless to land on a city directly," Su Mengyao said. Zichen said embarrassedly, "I thought it would be easy and did not think of other problems. Now that everyone is here, I'm a little confused." Everyone laughed when they heard that. After a series of rapid teleportations, they arrived outside Toby City. Then they landed and entered Toby City. It had only been a short time since Zichen left. Everyone was still in shock as they looked at the piles of corpses of creatures from another dimension. "Everyone, choose what you can do. 2 people will be in charge of the teleportation array. A few people will go to the city, Lord Mansion. You can make your own arrangements for the rest, such as building a material warehouse or a place to rest," Zichen instructed. Everyone spread out and circulated their auras as they used their divine power to do their own things. Those gentlemen who were in shock were even more shocked when they sensed the auras of these people. In their perception, they actually didn't find anyone below the 6th level. This was simply too inconceivable. The resources that needed to be dissected were right in front of them, so they naturally wouldn't lie. Everyone believed what the goddess had said, and their hearts were filled with excitement. With so many resources to be decomposed, how much would they get in return? This was much faster than going out alone to kill. In an instant, these people decided to stay. Where else could he find such a good thing that he could earn resources without risking his life in battle? The oracles who had reached the level requirement were very happy, but those who were below level 5 were very depressed. Because their level was not high enough, they could not decompose the materials. This kind of good thing naturally had nothing to do with them. Soon, everyone dispersed. It was time to work. No one was willing to go against the divine crystals. Naturally, the more the better. There was no need for Chen to instruct them. Everyone used their own abilities to find the materials that they could decompose. As for the others, they could only say that it was a pity. Looking at the dejected people who were not high enough, Chen said, "You don't have to be so depressed. There are low-level creatures from other dimensions outside. If you want to stay, go out and fight. If you don't want to stay, I won't force you. If you are interested, you can help us recruit more suitable people. We will still pay for the transportation fee, but you must be at least level 5. If you find one, I will give you an extra 100 divine crystals for your hard work." When the oracles below level 5 heard this, their eyes lit up. It was as if they had seen an endless amount of divine crystals. With such a good deal, naturally no one was willing to stay and fight. Everyone expressed that they would leave immediately. Chen paid them enough divine crystals to reach the exchange site. After they received the divine crystals, they trusted Chen more and more, so they bid farewell and left. Soon, nearly a third of the hundreds of oracles had left. Just as Chen turned around and was about to arrange other things for everyone, he found that there was still one level 3 who had not left. He asked in surprise, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay and fight?" The oracles said nervously, "Sir, my name is Yolo. Although I am only level 3, I would like to do something for you." "Oh, what can you do?" Chen asked with a smile. "Guarding the teleportation array does not require one's level. I am willing to guard the teleportation array for free so that you can do other things," Yolo said. He looked at Chen nervously. He knew that the 2 oracles guarding the teleportation array were level 6. It would be too wasteful. Chen was surprised by Yolo's words. Without a doubt, Yolo was a smart person. He knew that Chen was short of people, so he volunteered himself. Such people were indeed smart, but they were also very scheming. They often had too many ideas in their minds, both good and bad. "All right, you can stay." Chen did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. He was a general-level existence. How could he not accept a smart person? Moreover, it was very convenient to deal with such people. "Thank you, sir." Yolo was very excited. He turned and went to the teleportation array. Chen gestured for the 2 level 6 oracles to come over. At the same time, he said to Yolo, "For the next few months, the teleportation array can be used without any restrictions. There is no fee. I will ask the city, Lord, to give you divine crystals later. If you don't have enough divine power, just fill it up. Don't be afraid of wasting divine power. You must ensure the stability of the teleportation array." Although the teleportation array was connected to the city and had the entire city supplying it with divine power, it would not have enough divine power if it was used multiple times. At that time, it would have to be filled with divine crystals to maintain it. This was also why the teleportation array in the divine realm had to be charged. For some cities with a large flow of people, the teleportation fee alone was a considerable amount of income. "Sir, don't worry. I will ensure that divine power is filled every moment," Yolo said with a fist salute. After arranging for the others to start breaking down the materials, Chen joined the construction team. Buzz! Light flickered on his body. Rays of light materialized and flew out, turning into clones. These clones stood in different places. The power in their bodies surged as they began to mobilize the power of rules. On the other side, the others also displayed various clones and were busy. Boom! The earth trembled and dust filled the air. A large hall appeared out of thin air. The hall was as tall as a 3-story building, and its surface flickered with an earthy yellow light. LV Peng soared into the air and quickly formed seals with his hands. Lines of runes fell on the earthy yellow hull. Then the earthy yellow hull gradually turned black, flashing with a dark light. This was the treasury for the disassembled materials. The construction was completed. Finding a group of people above the 6th level to build a city was a little too rich and imposing. In other places, buildings rose from the ground one after another. Some were specifically for disassembling materials, while others were specifically for resting. Each had its own purpose. The materials from before were now placed in the warehouses. There were close to 100 of them, and only then were the corpses of the creatures from the alternate dimensions placed in them. Yi Qian, Su Mengyao, and the others were grading the materials. When the time came, they would be rewarded according to the grades. Zhang Haoqian and the others were busy building other places. They did not have the slightest bit of free time. Everyone was busy with their work. The divine envoys who returned with the materials had already spread the news. At the same time, for the sake of divine crystals, they were working hard to promote Zichen. In addition, Yi Qian was still using her rule power to spread the news in the transaction area. As a result, Toby City gradually became famous in this area. The news quickly spread to Rocky City. Hearing the news, Rocky frowned. Obviously, he did not expect that Yi Qian and Zichen would make such a big move. At this time, Sina and the others came. Obviously, they came for Zichen's matter. Among them was Ben Senlu. Obviously, he did not want Zichen and Yi Qian to have an easy time. Last time, everyone except Kai Ming was present. Why don't we go and buy a city and then cut off the transmission array of that city? The city they were in was called Fallen Swallow City. The city lord is only a 6th level divine envoy. Buying his city is not difficult at all. Xian Lin went straight to the point. Since we've already asked around, what are we waiting for? Let's go directly. Ben Senlu stood up, impatient. The others did not move. They all looked at Rocky. Obviously, Rocky's position was the lowest in the group, but most of the time they would listen to him. Deep in thought, Rocky shook his head and said, "That won't do. The divine realm prevents vicious competition. Even if we do that, it will not be a fundamental threat to them. Once they expand to a certain scale, a transmission array will not be able to stop them. Moreover, you are all sons of gods. If you get involved, it will not be good for the gods." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Even Ben Senlu, who had always been at odds with Rocky, did not sing a different tune. This was related to the honor of the gods. Naturally, they could not be careless. Then what should we do? Xavier asked. Rocky raised 2 fingers and said, 2 suggestions. One is to ignore them. We each display our own strength and mind our own business. The second is to use the same method to recruit people, but the rewards are more generous. This way, there will be fewer and fewer people on their side. But we don't have that much time to kill creatures from another dimension. Sina said, "This is the crux of the problem and also our disadvantage. However, if we persist for a while, Zichen will definitely raise the price. We don't care about losses, but he can't. When that time comes, his profits will be very small. This is the only way we can keep them in check. But this method is difficult and unrewarding. You will lose 800 of your own men. Go back and think about it." The few of them went back. They really did need to think about this kind of unrewarding thing. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. More and more divine envoys came to Toby City. Most of them said that they wanted to come and take a look, but after coming, they did not want to leave. Chapter 27:31. Hearing this, Zichen smiled. He didn't need to guess to know who this person was. Seeing that Zichen could still smile at this moment, Yolo asked in confusion, "My lord, how can you still smile? I heard that it's not just one son of God, but several. Moreover, the price of the materials they exchange for is higher than ours. Many of them have already left. They didn't tell me the reason before, so I had to ask them. Zichen said, "Why can't I smile when it's a good thing to increase our attention? Not only should I smile, but I should also laugh." Yolo looked at Zichen worriedly, thinking that he was being sarcastic. He should be very angry at this moment. Zichen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go, it's fine. This is only temporary. After this period of time, everything will get better. Remember to keep the teleportation array full of energy. My lord, don't worry. There will be no problem with the teleportation array." Yolo nodded and promised, then turned and left. Zichen didn't send anyone to investigate the actions of Yue and the others, because there was no need and no meaning. The speed at which he killed the creatures from the other space-time was not something they could compare with. Moreover, he could guarantee that there would be an endless stream of creatures from the other space-time. Now this was just the beginning. After a long time, when the flow of people in Toby City increased, he would give up on the 6th and 7th level creatures and focus on the 8th level creatures. At that time, how could Yue compete with him? Unless they found dozens of divine generals to kill the 8th and 8th level creatures from the other space-time without rest. But I don't believe that any divine general would do such a meaningless thing. Although Zichen didn't care about Yue's little tricks, some people did, such as the divine envoys. Since they were deliberately causing trouble, they naturally needed to let everyone know. In the past few days in Toby City, there were rumors that the other cities were recruiting materials at high prices. The price of the materials they decomposed was nearly 30% higher than that of Toby City. This was a very attractive number, and it made many divine envoys want to leave. Therefore, these people's efficiency slowed down, and some were already considering whether to leave or not. This was an independent profession, and there were no restrictions. The materials that were decomposed could be exchanged for divine crystals on the same day, and there would be no embezzlement during this period of time. After taking the divine crystals on that day, those people would turn around and step into the teleportation array to leave. So there were fewer and fewer people here. Zichen saw all of this, but his expression didn't change much. He wouldn't compete with Yue in terms of price, because Yue wouldn't be able to last long. He, on the other hand, wanted to continue expanding in this city. He could only wait for this period of time, or rather, wait for Yue and the others to retreat. These guys are really shameless. When the others heard about this matter, they were extremely displeased. If it weren't for the fact that they had the backing of their fathers, they would have long gone over and chopped up those fellows who were always going against them. However, Zichen indicated that they did not need to worry. Striving for a breakthrough in strength was the way to go. Moreover, this matter may not be completely disadvantageous to them. While Zichen was patrolling the city, a 5th-level divine envoy came forward and bowed to Zichen from afar. Zichen stopped. It was clear that the other party had something to say. "Lord," the other party came forward. Zichen nodded to the other party. "In the past few days, we have heard that similar things have happened in several other cities, and many people have come to ask us to go. But we don't want to go. We want to stay here and follow Lord. But recently, there are fewer and fewer people. Has Lord not thought of any countermeasures?" The other party said aloud it was unknown if he really cared about this place. Zichen smiled and said, "I am actually very gratified that you can stay here. In the past few days, after thinking about it, I have also thought of a countermeasure. This way, I can also answer to the old people who stayed here." "Oh, may I know what Lord has thought of a countermeasure?" The other party asked curiously. "It's very simple. All the divine envoys who come to report will have their rewards reduced by 10%, and you 382 old people will have an extra 10%. I won't inform you about this matter, but I will have to trouble you to inform everyone. Oh, there is one more thing. If you don't like the treatment here, you can leave at any time, but anyone who leaves here will not be hired in the future." Zichen said. "Ah," the divine envoy was startled. "Go, tell everyone about this matter. Also, if anyone wants to leave, I will not stop them. On the contrary, I will provide them with teleportation god crystals so that they can receive them at the place where they exchange for materials. The fifth-level divine envoy left. It seemed that the answer was completely different from what he had expected. He had expected that after telling Lord about this matter, Lord would definitely raise the price for them. Although the price had now been raised, it was only a 10% increase, which was really far from what he had expected. He returned to the place where the materials were broken down, and the others gathered around and curiously asked about the result. The other party told them about Zi Chen's decision. Only a 10% increase. Does he really think that this place is a delicious cake that everyone wants to come here? The reason we are still here is because we still have feelings for this place. It is because of old feelings. Since he is so unreasonable, then don't blame us for being ruthless. One of the divine envoys said with dissatisfaction, Lord said that if we leave now, we will not be hired in the future. The divine envoy from before said again, if he doesn't want to, then don't. Now there's so many cities that are recruiting. Do you really think that if we leave here, we will have nowhere else to go? Moreover, we are fifth-level divine envoys, people who can become city lords, but now we are working ourselves to death here breaking down materials. I quit. A fifth-level divine envoy, after collecting the materials on the ground, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, he looked back at the others and asked, What about you? Why are you still here? Do you enjoy the feeling of being squeezed? Some people's expressions changed, while others remained indifferent. If you still have some courage, then come with me. The divine realm is so big. Why do you want to be squeezed here? The other party said again, and some people followed. That place's price is 30% higher than here. The price will definitely continue to rise. As long as you put in a bit of effort, it won't be long before you become a true city lord. The other party said again, obviously unwilling to leave with so few people. If we go with more people, I believe there is still room for negotiation. The reward may be increased by 10% or 20%. You can do as you see fit. Some more people came forward. There were about 100 of them. Old Jero, are we going or not? At this time, an extremely young divine emissary approached an old divine emissary and asked in a low voice, Go. Where to? Old Jero said casually, but he did not stop working. Leave with Chaslin? He said that other places pay 30% higher than here. If we bring more people, there is still room for negotiation. The young divine envoy said. Old Jero heard this, turned to the young divine envoy and said, Then why don't you go? The young divine envoy scratched his head and said, I don't have my own opinion. It depends on whether you go or not. Chaslin just said that he can become a city lord. He doesn't want to be squeezed dry here. Old Jero sneered and said, A level 5 can indeed become a city lord, but only those who are willing to work hard and have the strength. You can't become a city lord just by talking. The lords here treat us well. They are easygoing and give us generous rewards. Didn't they increase the reward by 10%? Just be content. But Chaslin said that other places have higher prices. I also want to earn divine crystals to buy a city for myself. The young divine envoy said, Eddie, how long have you been in the divine realm? About 10,000 years. Oh, you can reach level 5 in 10,000 years. You are a genius. Not at all, I was just lucky. You have been in the divine realm for 10,000 years. Don't you know that there are no free resources in the divine realm? The lords here give generous rewards. They're the most generous I have seen in all these years. But what do you think will happen if the price is increased by 30%? Eddie said, More generous. Old Jero nodded and said, Yes, it will be more generous, but it also means that their profits will be lower. Think about it. Why would they do that? It should be because it is difficult to recruit people. Is it difficult? Many small city lords will fight for such rewards, right? After calculating it, the profit they can make from the exchange is really too low. Is there a problem with that? Eddie asked, confused. There is a big problem. You don't always listen to others. You have to see how they do it. Take Chaslin, for example. If he doesn't want to stay here, he can just leave. Why would he drag others with him? He is trying to get more rewards for everyone. Don't be naive. If the rewards are increased, they will have no profits. Then what's going on? Obviously, there wasn't before, but there was after this city was built. The price is so ridiculously high, of course, it is on purpose. Chaslin talked to someone the day before yesterday. That person should have come from another city. I can guess what he is up to. The lords in this city are young, but their realms are very high. How can they be short-sighted? Now, they give us a 10% increase, but lower the rewards for those who come later. Can't you guess the reason? I can guess that from today on, no one is willing to come. Are you stupid? It proves that he is confident that people will come even at such a high price. In this way, it is enough to show that people in other cities can't work for long. Otherwise, the lords wouldn't say that people who leave here will never be hired again. So are we leaving or not? Why should we leave? Let's break down the materials. I've wasted so much time with you. I can break down a set of materials. After today, there were less than 200 people left from the original 382 people. Their work efficiency was greatly reduced. Zichen wasn't surprised at all. He even announced to the public that the rewards of those who came would be reduced by 10%. The other cities took the opportunity to raise the prices by 10% again. They raised and lowered the prices. The result was obvious. No one from Toby City came. But at this time, Zichen announced that the price would be reduced by 10% again, and the other cities would increase it by another 10%. In this way, the other cities' rewards were almost twice that of Toby City's. With such a sharp contrast, even more oracles went to the other cities. Under this constant comparison, more people learned about the work of breaking down materials in the other cities, so they all went there. At this time, Zichen announced that he would no longer recruit people. In this way, the cities that Yue and the others went to become more conspicuous, so there were even more people. In the end, there were too many decomposers there, and the supply of resources couldn't meet the demand. The new corpses of creatures from another space-time couldn't be transported back. In the end, there were even more people than resources. Looking at the decomposers in the cities who had nothing to do, Yue knew that they had lost this game. Chapter 2732. There were only 100 or so oracles dissecting the materials in Toby City. The corpses of the creatures from the alternate dimensions filled hundreds of warehouses. These 100 or so people didn't leave from the beginning. They were all insightful people, and there were more than a dozen of them who looked old. They weren't very strong, but they were used to life and death. They knew how dangerous the realm of the gods was. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Speaking of which, being able to meet the lords here was already considered quite lucky. But Eddie didn't understand why there were so many resources here. But the lords had announced that they wouldn't recruit more people. There was one more person who didn't leave. It was the third-level oracle called Joseph. He had said that he would guard the teleportation array for Zichen for free, but Zichen couldn't really not pay him. He treated him well, and Zichen thought that he was a good person. On this day, Zichen personally went to the teleportation formation and handed a divine ring to Joseph. He said, "There are divine crystals inside for the teleportation formation. You have to ensure that the teleportation formation is fully charged at all times. Also, the free teleportation has ended. Anyone who wants to use the teleportation formation will have to pay a teleportation fee. I don't have many people for you now, but if you have friends, you can ask them to work for you. From now on, you will be the leader of the teleportation guards here." Really? Joseph's eyes lit up. He had stayed here to follow the Lord and gain the Lord's trust. "Why would I lie? Is one day enough for you to bring people back?" Zichen asked. Yes. Thank you, my lord. I thank you on behalf of my friends," Joseph said gratefully. Zichen smiled. Go. Okay. Joseph's body flashed, and he entered the teleportation array. At the same time, Yiqian also came and entered the teleportation array. But before she left, she looked at him with a bit of bitterness. Heaven can be my witness. Zichen definitely didn't let Yiqian go personally, just to save some insignificant teleportation fees. Light flashed and Toby appeared. How is it? Zichen asked. Those cities can't offer anything more that needs to be dissected. Many people are very disappointed and are planning to leave, said Toby, who had gone out personally to gather information. Zichen nodded and said with a smile, This time, it seems that I have to thank Yangwei. It's only been half a year, but the results have already far exceeded expectations. If it weren't for them causing such a ruckus, I'm afraid it would take decades to reach such a scale. On the same day, Yiqian appeared in the central city and put up a new recruitment notice. The reward she gave this time was 20% less than the first time. In other words, it was only half of what Yue had given her. As soon as this news came out, many people had some complaints in their hearts, but even more people directly chose to go to Toby City. Obviously, even if the price was reduced by half, as long as there were endless materials to be decomposed, it was still possible. Even if the price was high, what was the use of decomposing 1 or 2 materials a day? For a time, the oracles in those cities began to leave in large numbers. When they arrived at Toby City and contacted the reception staff, they found out that if they came now, their reward would be increased by 10%. In other words, it was the 10% reduction that Zichen had mentioned. They had already accepted the previous price. Now that the reward was increased by 10%, they were naturally pleasantly surprised. Thus, they immediately expressed their desire to register. After all, Xingqian, who was in charge of the registration, had made it very clear that if they were late, they would not receive the additional reward. For a time, there was a long queue at the registration area. Joseph, who was guarding the teleportation array, was very happy when he saw the number of people increase in an instant. At the same time, he admired Luo Yunyang even more. He instructed the people beside him to continuously fill the slots of the teleportation array with divine crystals. It only took him half a day to gather a dozen good friends and return to guard the teleportation array. In just one day, the number of oracles that came to Toby City had reached unprecedented levels. When they saw that there were so many materials that could be decomposed, they were extremely shocked. When there were so many people, they naturally needed some people to manage them. Zichen already had a plan in mind for these people. They were the more than 100 oracles that had been left behind previously. They were no longer decomposing materials. Instead, they were assigned to various places in the city and were in charge of various matters. After half a year, these people were obviously more trustworthy than the others. After arranging everything, they began to recruit people on a large scale. They recruited all kinds of guards and various administrative staff. Because of the previous momentum created by Yue and the others, as well as the destruction of the city, Toby City immediately became the focus of attention. During this period of time, the happiest person was not Zichen and the others, but the city governor of Fallen Swallow City. Speaking of which, the teleportation fee he had received from his half-dead city had reached an extremely large number within a short few days. It was even more than 100 times the sum of what he had received over the years. If this continued, he would be able to earn a small sum of money just from the teleportation fees alone. It was not only him. The same thing happened in other nearby cities. In Toby City, in addition to some decomposing materials, some merchants also saw a business opportunity and came in advance. Some expressed that they wanted to rent a piece of land, while others directly negotiated to buy the decomposed materials. In short, all kinds of people came. The more people there are, the more chaotic it becomes. Zichen was busier than before, and the number of people around him was getting fewer and fewer. Moreover, everyone had no experience. They were like headless flies, bumping into each other every day without any purpose. They did not know what they were doing. At this moment, there were close to 400 people that Zi Chun trusted in this city. This number sounded like a lot, but it was still not enough. After all, this was a city that was still expanding. A mere 400 people wouldn't even be able to make a splash in this city, right? Just when Zi Chun and the others were busy, a team of 1,000 people suddenly came to Toby City. The appearance of this team instantly became a scene in Toby City. At this moment, the noisy city became unusually quiet. The eyes and divine sense of all the divine envoys fell on these people. Of course, this included Zichen, because they were all women, a total of 1,000 divine race women. Their realm wasn't high, but their appearance was top-notch. They stood there and competed with each other, making people unable to blink their eyes. The leader was a third-grade divine envoy. Her beauty was only slightly inferior to Su Mengyao and the others, but her temperament was unique. Jolina was her name. Just like her personality, she was passionate and unrestrained. She was the leader of these women. As for their origin, it was very simple. They were from the 9th region. These people were sent by the Pagoda Battle God. They came at the right time. Obviously, the Pagoda Battle God had been paying attention to them. He knew what they needed, so he sent them what they needed. Their arrival was definitely not for show. Under Xiao Lina's leadership, the 1,000 of them quickly took over the work that Zi Chen and the rest had been doing. Moreover, every single one of them was extremely important. Although Jolina was only a third-grade divine envoy, she was very capable and experienced. After asking Zi Chen and Yi Qian some questions and gaining a simple understanding of the city's situation, she took over everything. The entire city, from top to bottom, including Zi Chen, Tyrant, and the rest, as well as the more than 100 people who had stayed behind previously, had all become her subordinates. They listened to her arrangements and did things according to her wishes. At the same time, she also arranged the most suitable positions for everyone. With Jolina's help, everything became simple. The development of the city became orderly. During this period, Zi Chen specially asked Jolina and the others whether they would stay here for a short time or help for a long time. Jolina's answer made Zi Chen speechless. The divine envoy said that we will be your servants from now on. You can use us however you want. What do you mean by use us however you want? Zi Chen was speechless, but he understood the other party's meaning. He was very grateful to the Pagoda Battle divine envoy. Jolina, who was walking forward, suddenly turned her head and looked at Zi Chen. She gave him a charming smile and stretched out her jade-like hand to stroke his smooth forehead. She said, "The highest realm among us is only third-grade divine envoy." What do you mean? Zi Chen was startled when he heard this. He was somewhat puzzled. We don't want any reward and are willing to follow Lord and the divine envoy. But we can't stay at this realm forever, right? As Lord's personal subordinates, Lord wouldn't feel that we are too weak, right? She winked at Zi Chen, then turned around and left. Her slender waist twisted like a water snake. If that's the case, then our realms are indeed too low. Zi Chen muttered. In the future, these people would follow them for a long time. Zi Chen naturally had to help them raise their realms. Not only them, but also all the people he trusted. This was also his responsibility. With Jolina's help, everything went smoothly. Not only did the city expand, but Jolina also continuously recruited people. The city where Ji Wei, Ben Senlu, and the others were in completely announced that they would stop dividing the city. The divine envoys who thought that they could earn back a city in a few years were all dumbfounded, especially the divine envoys who left Toby City. They were very regretful. But when they left, Zi Chen made it very clear that he would not hire them again. After the city stabilized, Tyrant and the others continued their seclusion. Zi Chen, Yi Qian, and Li Ai could be considered to have some free time. At this time, Shadowless returned from the depths. Clearly, he brought back news about the depths. Chapter 2733. What happened? Chin asked when he saw Shadowless. He was so busy here that he forgot about Shadowless. Shadowless must have been back for a long time and found no one in the city, so he came here. After you left that day, I went to those buildings and saw a huge hive hidden in the thick fog, Shadowless said with some shock. Chin nodded. He had already seen this point back then. Those creatures from another dimension all listened to that hive, and it's not just the hive. When you teleported 10,000 miles away, it quickly sensed it. Soon you teleported 30,000 miles away, but it still knew. I wondered if its spiritual sense was very strong, but as I went deeper, I found that wasn't the reason. Shadowless said, "Do you still remember that humanoid creature?" Chin nodded. He encountered it twice and couldn't take advantage of it. Of course, he wouldn't forget. It wasn't bred in that hive, and it didn't appear there by coincidence. The existence in the depths sent it there. I suspect that the internal hive can communicate with the external hive, and even control the other's consciousness, and then communicate with other creatures from another dimension. This is the only way to explain how it could know you were 30,000 miles away in an instant. Chin was a little surprised when he heard this. He said, "So, every time we make a move, the existence in the depths can sense it." I think that should be the case. But during this period, I went out to hunt a lot of creatures from another dimension, and I didn't see anyone from the depths, Chin said. Those ordinary creatures from another dimension have no intelligence and are completely cannon fodder. Of course, they don't care. But a hive is different. It's very rare. And this time after I went into the depths, I found dozens of similar places. Dozens? Chen was shocked when he heard this. Shadowless nodded and said, "This is only what I saw. I believe there are many more I haven't seen. Each of them has a hive, and it's a hive that can control those general-level creatures. They are separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. I wonder if they are connected." In Chen's mind, an image appeared. In this image, there were countless castles. These castles were arranged in a circular shape, and in the middle, there were many mother nests. This arrangement was undoubtedly very similar to the arrangement of the 10 regions. The outer regions were all low-level cities, while the inner regions were all high-level cities. Just like that, the outer regions continued to expand. Could it be that in the depths of this place, there are also creatures from another space-time that are equivalent to heavenly gods? Chin thought to himself in shock. It was just a guess, but after hearing what Shadowless said, he was sure of it. Then, something seemed to occur to Chin. He asked, "You mean, every general-level mother nest is hundreds of thousands of miles away from each other?" Shadowless nodded. "At least hundreds of thousands of miles. What's the matter? What do you think?" Chen asked again. "For the time being, I don't have much of an idea." "Then, have you noticed that among those mother nests, there are higher-level Tian Clanes?" "I don't think so. I went in to take a look. The creatures from another space-time seem to be of the same level, but there are too many of them. If they come out from the depths, there are very few people in the outer regions who can stop them." Shadowless sighed. "In our time, we were evenly matched with the creatures from another space-time. But now, this place has become the world of the creatures from another space-time. The divine clan of the heavenly realm is more like an outsider." Chin didn't comment on this. No matter how big the heavenly realm was, it couldn't be bigger than this vast starry sky world. It couldn't even compare to the worlds on the life stars. It was just that the two sides weren't equal in strength. But in the depths of Chen's heart, there was an extremely bold idea. But it was obviously not feasible for the time being. There were more and more decomposers in the city, and they could decompose more and more materials every day. Chen's previous stock was emptied out from the warehouse every day. Therefore, when Lena first came to find Chen, he went out for a trip. This time, his main goal was still to kill the level 6 creatures from another spacetime and bring back the level 7 and 8 creatures. For an entire day, Chen was on a killing spree. There were too many corpses of spacetime creatures piled up in the world. After returning to Toby City, he stored the materials in the warehouse. 2 months had passed, and Toby City was getting more and more boisterous. Even at night, there were still a lot of decomposers working tirelessly to decompose the materials. As soon as Zichin returned to his room, someone knocked on his door. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Jolina. She was wearing a low-necked black dress. Under her beautiful neck, her delicate collarbone was clearly visible. She stood outside the door and looked at Zichin. "Can I come in?" Zichin nodded and moved to the side to make way. A light breeze blew, and a light fragrance entered his nose. Zichin's expression was calm. "It's so late. Is there something urgent?" Zichin poured a cup of tea for Jolina. The water was from the God Realm, and the tea leaves came from the Life Star. She thanked him and reached out to take the cup. The billowing waves under her collarbone were exposed through the low-necked black dress. "Today, a god emissary from the trading ground came to me and asked if I could guarantee that this city could continue to operate for a long time." Jolina took a sip and asked curiously, "What was added to the water?" "Tea leaves from my hometown." Why did he ask this question? Zichin asked. He said that if this city could continue to operate for a long time, he would like to build a new trading ground here and transfer some resources here. Jolina took another sip of tea. "Oh, there's such a thing?" Zichin was a little shocked when he heard this. It should be known that the trading ground had to be the core of a region. If the other party really did that, it meant that they wanted to develop this city as the core. In the future, not only would there be more and more people here, it would become more and more lively. Even the nearby cities would increase sharply and eventually become another core region. "Sir, you underestimate our place. Currently, the number of decomposers we have recruited has reached 5,000, and this number is still increasing every day. According to the current situation, it won't be long before we have 10,000 decomposers. With more than 10,000 decomposers, the amount of resources we create every day is a huge number, and it will increase in the future. According to my original plan, they should have come 1 month earlier, but they delayed by 1 month. Obviously, they are hesitant," Jolina said. "This is a good thing. Did you agree?" Zichin asked. "Of course not. I am just a small housekeeper. How could I dare to make such a decision? Besides, the other party has made a request." "I don't know if Sir can accept this request," Jolina said. There seemed to be some hidden bitterness in her eyes. Zichin laughed when he heard that. "You are not a small housekeeper. You are almost the master of this city. On the other hand, we are all your servants. We will be at your beck and call. I would like to see what their request is that even you don't dare to agree." "Sir, you are quite humorous. Their request is that this city must be upgraded to a general city, and they must ensure that this city can never be moved. It must stay here forever," Jolina said. "Why would they make such a request?" Zichin asked, puzzled. "Creating a trading ground requires a lot of financial and material resources. They are also worried that if Sir cannot hold on, you will leave with the city. However, if it is a general city that cannot be moved, then it will be different. This is because such a city will consume a lot of resources. They will not give it up so easily. In fact, compared to us, the amount of resources required to create a trading ground far surpasses the value of a general city," Jolina said. Zichin frowned slightly when he heard that. This request is not excessive. However, it seems to be too troublesome to upgrade. If I had known, I would have just bought a general city. Why would we need to go through all this trouble? Zichin felt a little regretful. If he had known, he would have gone to the 9th Heavenly God to chat with him. He believed that at that time the 9th Heavenly God would definitely have suggested buying a general city. At that time, Zichin thought that it was just a small matter. He did not expect that it would be so big that it actually attracted the people of the trading ground. One must know that the 9th Heavenly God represented the official power of the heavenly realm. It was the largest power that no one dared to provoke. The heavenly realm had been open for so many years, but he had never heard of anyone behaving atrociously in the trading ground or besieging the trading ground. Even Ben Senlu, who was known as the biggest playboy in the heavenly realm, behaved himself in the trading ground. Ziqin thought about it seriously and said, "How about this? Go and tell the people of the trading ground that the current city, Lord Toby, is not a divine general yet. He is only a level 7 divine envoy. However, he will be able to become a divine general in 3 years. After he breaks through, we will immediately ask him to upgrade the city to a general city. We will let them build the trading ground first. If they do not trust us, then they can come back in 3 years." Before the city lord was set down, there was no grade restriction on the city lord's soul. However, once the city lord was set down and connected to the laws, it would be difficult to upgrade the city lord's soul. 3 years. Jolena, who was only a level 3 divine envoy, could not help but change her expression when she heard that. She had been in the heavenly realm for many years and was only a level 3 divine envoy. She did not expect Mr. to say that a level 7 divine envoy could become a divine general in 3 years. This was too inconceivable. "Yes, that's definitely possible. Go ahead and tell him." Ziqin nodded and said with certainty. Jolena nodded and left. However, when she was about to reach the door, Ziqin suddenly said, "In the future, you don't need to come and ask me. Just ask the goddess directly. She has the final say here. You have worked hard during this period. Here are some tea leaves from my hometown." Ziqin handed Jolena a small bag of tea leaves from the Life Star. Jolena took the tea leaves and looked at Ziqin. She smiled meaningfully and said, "The goddess said that you have the final say here." After saying that, she left. The next day, Jolena passed the news to the people of the trading ground. On the 3rd day, a divine general was sent to the trading ground and said that he wanted to see the goddess. Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeglotter. Chapter 2734. The divine general of the trading ground came and said he wanted to see goddess Ichien. After all, building a trading ground was no small matter. After the initial negotiation, a divine general had to come in person. But once the trading ground was built, it would be beneficial for both sides. Even Ichien, who didn't care about this matter, went to meet the divine general in person after learning that he had come. Of course, Ziqin had to accompany her. In the city lord's mansion, they met divine General Luo Wei, who had come from the trading ground. "Greetings, goddess." After meeting her, divine General Luo Wei bowed to Ichien. "You're welcome, divine general. What brings you here today?" Ichien gestured for him to sit down. Soon, someone served tea and snacks. Divine General Luo Wei said, "To tell you the truth, the domain of darkness has been developing very slowly in recent years. Especially in this area, the speed of destruction has far surpassed the speed of construction. I heard that you've built a city here. After some discussion, we've decided to move the trading ground here and encourage the oracles of this area to continue expanding and strengthen the foundation of the gods." "We're happy to contribute to the expansion of the gods," said Ichien. Luo Wei said with some difficulty, "But we learned yesterday that the city lord here is only at level 7. According to the rules of the realm of gods, this is somewhat inappropriate." "You're talking about city Lord Toby, right? He'll become a divine general in less than 3 years. Now he doesn't lack resources, only time." Ichien repeated what Ziqin had said before, but seeing that divine General Luo Wei was still in a difficult situation, Ichien said, "What? You don't believe us?" "It's not that I don't believe you, but we'll have to wait 3 years. This seems a little difficult. I heard that you've reached the general level. Why don't you help us?" Luo Wei did seem to be in a difficult situation. "My city is in the deepest part of the realm of gods, and I don't care about this place. The original purpose of building this place was to decompose materials and facilitate transactions. I don't have any other intentions, said Qian. I see. But we can't change the rules of the realm of gods. Besides, there are fewer and fewer cities here. We're eager to encourage the oracles. How about this? We'll pay for the resources needed to upgrade the city. As long as the city is upgraded to the general level, everything will be negotiable. Luo Wei said, after the matter is settled, we'll give the divine lady some extra compensation. Divine General Luo Wei is too polite. Since this matter is beneficial to the development of the god race, we will not decline. We will provide the resources. As for the upgrade, we will immediately prepare for it. Lord Divine General, please rest assured. If you have any other instructions, please feel free to let me know, Ziqin suddenly said. The people in the trading area were all officials. Before coming, they had clearly inquired about Ziqin's identity. At this moment, hearing Ziqin speak with such a good attitude, Divine General Luo Wei was very surprised. This was because he knew the weight of Ziqin's words. The moment he opened his mouth, he had already decided on this matter. The reason he had come was because of this sentence. But as a divine general, he obviously didn't think that this was the other party's magnanimity. If it really was for the sake of the development of the god realm, the other party wouldn't have said 3 days yesterday, and the goddess wouldn't have said that today. Divine General Luo Wei thought quickly and said, Thank you very much. What can we do in the trading area? Ziqin said, You are too polite, Lord. We are very proud to be able to contribute to the development of the god realm. However, we do have some small troubles recently, and only you can help us. What kind of trouble? The divine general asked. At the same time, he was relieved. As long as the other party had a request, then this matter was obviously settled. This request was equivalent to a condition. Before coming, he had been prepared for the other party to ask for an exorbitant price. There was no other way. Even though they represented the officials of the god realm, they didn't have the power to casually turn a place into a trading center. It had to be built on the basis of a lively city. There were many cities here, and even several city lords were at the general realm. However, those cities were not lively enough and had no people. Naturally, it wouldn't work. Have you seen this thing, Lord? With a flash of light in Ziqin's hand, a piece of the Saber Ancestors' tablet appeared. It was only the size of a palm, covered by the light of energy, and floated above his palm. No. Divine General Luo Wei shook his head and said, This is something from my hometown. It has a profound meaning to the people in my hometown. Over the years in the god realm, I have only found a few pieces, and they were found in the trading area. Although the price is not high, it is extremely difficult to find. After all, it is a thought of the people in my hometown. Therefore, Ziqin hopes that you can help me. Through your rules, can you tell me where it is so I can buy it? Ziqin said, That is not a problem, but you should know that we can only check the 10th domain. We have no right to interfere with other places, Divine General Luo Wei said. Luo Wei said. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ziqin to make such a simple request. Then I will have to trouble you, Lord. Oh, in addition to this pattern, there are other similar patterns, such as these. Ziqin used his spiritual thoughts to send Divine General Luo Wei a picture of the other 9 extreme weapons. Divine General Luo Wei nodded and said that he would check when he returned. Once there was news, he would immediately inform him. Thank you very much, Divine General. As for here, don't worry. Our next goal is to recruit 100,000 or even more decomposers. During this period, most of them will be used to decompose materials above level 8, Ziqin said. This may be a little difficult. Lord Ziqin, you should know that the higher the level of the oracle, the more they do not want to be restricted, Divine General Luo Wei said. What if I use a level 9 mother nest as a reward? I believe that many level 8 oracles would fight for it, right? Ziqin smiled. Lord, you have a level 9 mother nest. Divine General Luo Wei's eyes widened, and his expression changed. Zichen shook his head and smiled. No, I don't. But with ideas and goals, isn't it possible to show them? Before Divine General Luo Wei left, Zichen said again, Lord, if you want a level 9 mother nest, you may have to go through some trouble. However, level 6 and 7 mother nests should not be a problem. Divine General Luo Wei cupped his fists again and then left. He could still understand the meaning of Zichen's last words. Obviously, it was to assure them and also to give them some motivation so that they would not go back half-heartedly. After Divine General Luo Wei left, Yichen asked, Will they look for it? They should. But after they find it, will they stay? I don't think so. After all, these things are not very useful to them. There's not much point in keeping them. Upgrading a city was actually very simple. As long as one had a general level soul and enough resources, it could be easily upgraded. The next day, Toby withdrew his soul, and the AI personally took control of the city. Then they poured an endless stream of resources into the city's core. With these resources, the city's quality began to improve. Buzz. In the bustling city of Toby, there was a sudden energy fluctuation. A powerful fluctuation came from the ground. The city was originally covered by a formation, but after a few flashes, the formation disappeared. With the disappearance of the formation, the space-time creatures in the distance flew toward the city. Their levels were not high, but they were unusually cruel. While all the divine envoys in the city were confused, a new formation appeared and covered the entire city. Sensing that the formation's light shield was more condensed than before, the expressions of all the divine envoys in the city changed. It was obvious that they had guessed what had happened. It's been a few months since the city fell, and it has already leveled up. This is really amazing. It should be an 8th grade city now. It's a waste to leave it here. That's right. An 8th grade city's sturdiness is beyond imagination. Just as everyone was discussing, the light shield that had just risen not long ago flashed again and then disappeared. The space-time creatures that were previously blocked outside rushed in one after another. What's going on? The divine envoys were puzzled. At the same time, they did not care too much about the space-time creatures that appeared. At this moment, in this city, the lowest realm was a 3rd grade divine envoys. How could they be afraid of these 1st grade and 2nd grade space-time creatures? The battle ended in a very short time, and then no more space-time creatures came in. This was because a new formation had appeared. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the ripples of aura emitted by this formation. They were extremely shocked. This was because this was the aura of a 9th grade city. It actually leveled up by 2 levels, from the 7th to the 9th level directly. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not expect that it would level up by 2 levels. Everyone found it inconceivable that a level 9 city would appear in such a place. After all, the space-time creatures here were only 1st grade and 2nd grade. A 3rd grade city was too rich, but now it had leveled up to the 9th level. This was too extravagant. The whole city was abuzz with discussions. For most of the divine envoys, the higher the level of the city, the safer they would be. Naturally, they were happy. Discussions began to sound non-stop. However, right at that moment, the Grand City Protection Formation in the sky disappeared once again. With the previous 2 experiences, everyone guessed what was about to happen. Everyone's face was full of shock. After the 9th level was the general level. This was not only for the divine envoys, but also for the city. If this city leveled up again, it would become a general city. Is it going to be leveled up to the general level? Everyone was extremely shocked, and their hearts were full of anticipation. The space-time creatures that were blocked in the distance flew over here again and then entered the city. However, this time, no one chose to attack. Everyone was waiting, and their expressions were full of anticipation. Buzz! Above the city, rays of light appeared. After these rays of light flew into the sky, They split into thunderbolts and fell from the sky, landing on the space-time creatures' bodies. Under the activation of the divine warrior's soul, a general-level city could attack on its own. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 2735. In the blink of an eye, chains of lightning appeared between heaven and earth. These chains shrouded the creatures that rushed in. In the next moment, the power of lightning exploded, and the corpses of the creatures fell into the city one after another. Blood rained down. The chains kept flashing like lightning snakes until they formed a new defensive array. However, outside the defensive array, there were still chains of lightning coiling around it. The creatures from the other space-time that kept charging forward were killed one after another. Their corpses fell down the array and piled up in a thick layer. Until all the creatures were dead, there was not a single creature left within a 1-kilometer radius. This was the power of the divine city after it obtained a general-level soul. It could take the initiative to attack the creatures around it. The oracles were very shocked. Obviously, they did not expect the city to be promoted to the general level. In such a place, a mere third-grade city was more than enough. Why did it have to be promoted to the general level? It should be known that the resources needed to upgrade a city were extremely large. Even if the city lord had resources, he should not waste them like this. Just as everyone was shocked and puzzled, someone heard that the city had to be upgraded because the trading site was placed here. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone knew that only the core area had trading sites. Didn't this mean that this place would become the core area in the future? This news was confirmed the next day because the city lord had vacated a large area in the center of the city. The buildings that used to be there were all destroyed overnight. Obviously, this was to make room for the trading site. On the third day, people from the trading site came and began to build it. Because they represented the government, they were extremely powerful. They brought many array masters and began to set up the array in the trading site, as well as other details. Seeing the trading site being built, many of the oracles had other ideas. On the same day, more than 10 cities appeared one after another within 10,000 miles of Toby City. There was no doubt that these people wanted to be close to the future central city. In addition, even more oracles came to the city after hearing the news. This place was still in its initial stage. If they came here early, there would be many opportunities. Toby City was still in the midst of expansion. Toby began a long period of seclusion and would not come out until he became a divine champion. Li Ai stayed here and continued to be the city, lord of Toby City. Although God King Zenith hadn't come by in the past few days, Zi Chen still had no intention of giving Li Ai his memories. Since it was a matter of life and death, it was better to be careful. He had never even mentioned what had happened in the trial grounds to Li Ai. There were more and more decomposers, and the number was still increasing. Because Toby City was becoming more and more famous, even the high-level oracles were willing to come here to decompose materials. Of course, what they decomposed were all high-grade materials. However, until now there hadn't been a 9th-grade decomposer. Half a year later, after spending a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, the trading site was finally completed. A steady stream of resources was sent here from other trading sites. More service personnel trained by the government came to Toby City. After the completion of the trading site, there was a new piece of news that all the oracles who came here to trade would pay 10% more than other places. There was no doubt that the purpose of this was to attract more oracles to come and develop. Under normal circumstances, the oracles would gather a lot of materials and go to the trading site to exchange for them. However, there were also some who would sell them to the merchants of the city at a reasonable price to save on the transmission fee. But now that the trading site was here and the price was 10% higher, it was likely that many oracles would come here. They could go out to hunt creatures from other dimensions and sell the materials they decomposed to the nearest trading site. They could exchange them for resources and contribution points, and then exchange them for other useful things. In addition to the 10% higher exchange rate, the selling price of those resources was also reduced by 10%. This was good news for all the oracles. After leaving for half a year, Divine General Luo Wei came back to Toby City again. This time he brought 8 ancestral steels with him. There were spears, thorns, swords, and winged ancestral steels. Looking at the 8 ancestral steels, Zichen repeatedly expressed his thanks. In the divine realm, these things weren't worth much, but they were difficult to find. With Luo Wei's help, it took him half a year to visit all the trading sites in the 10th domain. After putting away the 8 ancestral steels, Zichen wanted to give Luo Wei some resources, but Luo Wei refused. At the same time, he seemed to be in a difficult position. "Is there a problem, my lord?" Zichen looked at Luo Wei. "It's not a big problem. It's just a personal matter," said Luo Wei. "Oh, then I wonder if Zichen can be of any help? If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to ask." Luo Wei had helped him find the 8 ancestral steels. To Zichen and the Life Star, these were priceless items. This was a great favor. "Since you're so polite, I'll tell you the truth. The trading site in Toby City is under my jurisdiction. In the 10th domain, there has never been anything like this before. During this time, the construction of the trading site had to go through many aspects before making a decision." Luo Wei sighed and said, "It's just that the 10th domain is clearly in a slump right now, so I had to endure the pressure and order people to come here. Although the insiders have nothing to say right now, and I'm very satisfied with the development of Toby City, there will inevitably be some gossip during this period. So I want to ask you, my lord, is what you said about the mother nest true?" Zichen said, "Let's not flatter each other. How about this? I'll call you Big Brother Luo Wei, and you can just call me Zichen. It's too distant for us to call each other Lord. About the mother nest, it's not a lie. But, like I said before, it's not easy to find high-level ones, but low-level ones are not a problem for now. Then, can you help me find one? I'm willing to pay several times the price to buy it." Luo Wei looked at Zichen nervously. Obviously, he was very concerned about this matter, or perhaps he was under too much pressure. Zichen smiled and said, "Big Brother Luo Wei, what are you saying? It's all thanks to your care that I was able to find something from my hometown. If you want to buy it, aren't you treating me as an outsider? I'll think of a way to get a level 6 mother nest in a short period of time. Consider it my thanks to you." "How can that be?" "This. In the future, Toby City will have to rely on you for many things, so there's no need for you to treat me like an outsider. That's settled then. In less than a month, the mother nest will definitely be obtained." Luo Wei cupped his fists towards Zichen and bowed deeply. "Then this time, I'll have to trouble you, Lord Zichen." No matter how much Zichen insisted, Luo Wei still insisted on calling Zichen Lord. At most, he would call him Lord Zichen. Clearly, he didn't dare call Zichen his brother. Everyone knew that in the future, Zichen's status would not be any lower than the son of gods. It might even be higher. After Luo Wei left, Yiqian came to the room. Zichen muttered, "Looks like some things will have to be brought forward. Did he come to ask for the mother nest?" Yiqian asked. "Looks like he's in some trouble, but it's good that it's brought forward. Sooner or later, I'll have to use it to attract people." Zichen looked back at Yiqian and said, "I'll go find Shadowless. You stay in the city, okay?" "Okay, be careful." Shadowless left before the trade site was completed. This time, his goal was to find a nearby mother nest. After all, for a god's emissary, it was the fastest way to increase their cultivation. It was naturally the most attractive place. After leaving Toby City, Zichen opened his world and flew towards the promised location with Shadowless. He teleported there, but didn't see Shadowless. So he went to look around. 100,000 miles away, he saw Shadowless and immediately descended. "How is it?" Zichen asked. "I found 3. They're all level 6, Shadowless said. One is close to the depths. The other two are relatively outside. Which one do you want to go first? I'll go to the depths first. The so-called depths here were only relative to Toby City. That place wasn't as deep as Ichien City. Following Shadowless's guidance, Zichin arrived at the place after 2 teleportations. Then he descended. As he descended, he unfolded the world around him and collected all the creatures from the other space-time. Then he entered the seal again. After a few flashes, he went straight into the seal. Wherever he passed, the creatures from another space-time were all taken away. His speed was extremely fast, and he quickly passed through one restriction after another until he finally arrived at the place where the mother nest was. This mother nest was located in an independent space. Inside this space there were many eggs. Before they hatched, they were all energy crystals. At this moment, the mother nest's body flashed with light. Clearly it had used the laws and was about to escape. Zichen's world expanded and sealed the surrounding space. At the same time, he cut off the connection between the mother nest and the surrounding laws. Then he quickly obliterated the mother nest soul and collected it into his world. After that, Zichen quickly left and returned. Next, he used the same method to obtain 2 more level 6 mother nests. Then he teleported back to Toby City. Back in the city, he sent someone to inform Divine General Luo Wei. In a warehouse shrouded in layers of formations, Divine General Luo Wei was completely stunned when he saw the huge and complete mother nest. After Zichin took away the 3 mother nests, a Divine General of the Celestial race flew out from the depths and headed outside. To read a novel without mistakes, please visit Chapter 2736. Luo Wei was shocked speechless as he looked at the enormous brood mother in front of him. When Zichin said he would get him a brood mother every month, he was still a little worried. After all, not everyone could get a brood mother. But he didn't expect that in just a few days, Zichin would actually get a brood mother. Brother Luo Wei, are you satisfied with this brood mother? Zichin asked with a smile as he looked at Luo Wei, who was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Luo Wei woke up from his shock and turned to Zichin. He said gratefully, "This time I really have to thank Lord Zichin. Brother Luo Wei is too polite. There are many things in the city that I need your help with. It's just a brood mother. If Brother Luo Wei wants it, I'm sure Zichin will have other gains, or even greater ones." "Are you serious?" Zichin never lies. After chatting with Luo Wei for a while and thanking him repeatedly, the Divine General left with the brood mother. Zichin didn't tell Luo Wei that he got 3 brood mother because it was meaningless. For a Divine General, 1 brood mother was enough. He had no intention of taking out the brood mother for the time being because he knew what Luo Wei wanted to do with it. Sure enough, in just a day, the news that one could exchange contribution points and resources for a brood mother spread throughout the city. A brood mother was considered a top-notch resource in the God realm. It could directly comprehend the laws and quickly raise one's realm. When the news came out, it caused a violent uproar. Then the news quickly spread. In just a few days, too many divine envoys came from afar. Most of them came to exchange contribution points for resources at a low price. Some of them stayed behind after exchanging their items. All the divine envoys who came here coveted the brood mother, but the exchange only provided 50 brood mother every day. Once they were all sold out, new brood mother would be sold the next day. As a result, the divine envoys who had resources but couldn't buy a brood mother could only stay here and wait for another brood mother. In addition, because there were too many divine envoys gathered in the city, it also attracted other merchants. For example, they would open a restaurant, an inn, and so on. Originally, the city was only meant to be used to process materials, but now there would be an extra sum of divine crystals coming in every day. Moreover, this sum of divine crystals was very impressive. The biggest part of this was still the trading ground. Every 100 years, this place would pay Qin a sum of deity crystals as rent. Other than that, the biggest part was the contribution points. This was definitely an unexpected gain. As time passed, the relationship between the two sides would naturally become more stable. Toby City became unusually lively. More and more god envoys began to set up cities around Toby City, and cities appeared one after another. As for these new cities, the officials of the 10th domain helped to set up the teleportation portals for free in order to encourage people. This saved them quite a bit of money. Just as Toby City became more and more lively, Ben Senlu, who had suffered a crushing defeat last time, had other thoughts in his mind. This time he did not discuss with Yen Wei and the others, but directly called for Fan Li. Fan Li was the subordinate he was most proud of. He had a very special sacred art. In the entire God realm, there were no more than 5 people like Fan Li. When he returned last time, Ben Senlu obtained a lot of resources. Some of them were given to Fan Li, which allowed Fan Li to break through to level 8. "Young master, what are your orders?" Fan Li walked into the room. "Bring a few people with you and go outside to catch a brood mother," Ben Senlu said. "Now." Fan Li was startled. "Yes, now is the time. Is there a problem?" "Of course not." Fan Li brought a few divine envoys with him. During this time, he was worried that something might happen, so he brought a divine general with him and left Ben Senlu City. This divine general was here to help. He wasn't considered Ben Senlu's subordinate. Speaking of which, this city was already overcrowded. However, in just a few short years, the city became deserted again. Thinking about the news he heard, Fan Li guessed that the young master had started to focus on developing the city. To those divine envoys, there was nothing more attractive than broodmother nests. The biggest problem in this area was that there were too many creatures from another dimension. It was too dangerous. If the danger level could be reduced, or if there were enough benefits, then it would develop very quickly. Just as Toby City was becoming more and more lively, a divine general of the divine race came from the depths of the god realm and saw a god city. Rather than calling it a city, it was more like a castle. It was pitifully small, but its defense was extremely strong. However, there were many corpses of creatures from another dimension around the castle. During this time, a few creatures from another dimension would inadvertently fly into the vicinity of the castle. In the sky above the castle, a strong light would appear. The light fell on the creatures from another dimension and exploded like thunder. After a boom, the creatures from another dimension died. This was the God Realm's general city. Moreover, the master of the city was also a divine general. When the divine general saw this, his expression became abnormally cold. With a flash of light, a spiked club appeared in his hand. In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded like a mountain. The spiked club in his hand also became a weapon that could hold up the sky. Boom! The void shook as the spiked club smashed down. The void was constantly distorted, and a powerful aura spread out. The light shield of the formation trembled but showed no signs of collapsing. The divine general frowned slightly. Another attack fell. The power of this attack was even more terrifying. One after another, the power of law was added to it, and a powerful aura surged. Boom! The world shook again. An even more powerful aura spread out, forming a terrifying destructive power. As this power spread, it swept through the creatures from another dimension. Those creatures from another dimension coughed up blood and were sent flying. Some of the unlucky ones were directly killed. The formation of the city below only trembled slightly, and then there were no more fluctuations. This was an extremely high-grade general-level city. It was definitely not something that could be broken so easily unless they kept attacking without rest. The divine generals of the celestial race clearly thought the same, so they continued to attack without stopping. This was goddess Iqian City. If not for the fact that she had recently advanced to the general level and made the city's formation more stable, this divine general would have already succeeded. However, even without Goddess I Qian's protection, this general-level city's defense was still strong enough. After trying dozens of attacks, the formation only trembled slightly. Its defense was extremely strong. However, this divine general still had no intention of giving up. It was obvious that he was determined to destroy this place. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. He seemed to have discovered something. Then he directly gave up on attacking the city and flew into the distance. In that direction, Fan Li was leading the divine general into a hiding place of a mother nest. Outside Ben Sun Lu City, a ray of light descended from the sky and headed straight for the city. He was in an extremely sorry state and was still coughing up blood as he rushed forward. Such a scene attracted the attention of many divine envoys in Ben Sun Lu City. After sensing the powerful aura from the other party, all the divine envoys' expressions changed. A dignified 8th-level divine envoy was in such a sorry state. Just what kind of existence had he encountered? Just as he arrived outside the city lord's mansion, Fan Li shouted loudly, "Young master, something bad has happened." What happened? Ben Sun Lu walked out of his room and saw Fan Li covered in injuries. He asked in surprise, "Didn't I tell you to go find a mother nest? How did you end up in such a sorry state? Where are the others? Where is Ma Bu?" "Dead. Young master, they're all dead. We encountered a divine general. He appeared in a mother nest and killed the others. If not for divine General Ma Bu protecting me, I might have died too. But even so, after killing divine General Ma Bu, the other party caught up with me. If it wasn't for the help of the protective item young master gave me, I wouldn't have been able to come back." Fan Li said in one breath, looking extremely frightened. "Which divine general dares to attack my people?" When Ben Sun Lu heard this, his face showed anger. "I'm not sure, but I feel that his aura is different from ours." "Different? Could it be someone from Toby City? Is that person Zi Qin?" Ben Sun Lu's eyes flashed with a cold light. "No, his aura is different from ours, and his weapon is a wolf tooth club. It's very scary." Fan Li said hesitantly, "I suspect that he's an evolved space-time creature." "A general-level space-time creature?" Ben Sun Lu frowned. He was the son of God, so he naturally knew more about the heavenly realm than others. He knew very well how terrifying a general-level space-time creature was, and he also knew that an existence of that level would not appear in a region where divine envoys were active, unless he thought of something, and in the corner of his mouth showed a cold smile. "You go and treat your wounds first. You don't need to worry about what happens next," Ben Sun Lu said. "Yes." Fan Li retreated. Ben Sun Lu ordered the other divine envoys to come over and whisper a few words in his ear. Then they quickly left. Soon news spread, because the people of Toby City touched a mother nest in the depths. A space-time creature came to take revenge, and in a short period of time, it destroyed several cities in succession. Because these cities had just fallen, the teleportation arrays in them had not been completed. So when these cities were destroyed, the divine envoys in them were killed. This was anger that came from the depths of his heart. When this news spread, it was deliberately exaggerated, putting all the blame on the people of Toby City. And whether it was intentional or not, the divine general from the divine race went straight to Toby City. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2737. The news quickly spread to Toby City, and the source of the conflict was the trading ground. After all, they were the ones who obtained the brood mother. A divine emissary with ulterior motives began to spread the news that they shouldn't have had any ideas about the brood mother. As a result, they angered the powerhouses of the creatures from another dimension and suffered their revenge. Luo Wei was currently not in Tobi City, and Ziqin, who heard the news, went out to investigate in person. Tens of thousands of miles away from Tobi City, a tall figure stood in the air, holding a mace in his hand, and a powerful aura surged around him. In front of him, there was a newly built city. At this moment, above the city, the array was constantly distorted, and the light shield was trembling violently, on the verge of collapse. Boom! The mace in his hand smashed down fiercely, and a powerful force surged, accompanied by a loud bang, and the distorted array instantly exploded. The city was breached. The divine general stepped forward and entered the city. The mace smashed down again, and the city, Lord's mansion, was shattered. The core of the array appeared, turned into a ray of light, and was absorbed by the divine general. This time, I will destroy 10 cities as a warning to others. If there is a next time, I will destroy 10,000 cities. A cold voice came out of his mouth, spreading in all directions. In the distance, all the divine emissaries were horrified. It seemed that the appearance of the divine general was beyond their expectations. They had never seen such a powerful creature from another dimension. Not only had he stepped into the general realm, but he could also speak. They were so frightened that they fled in panic. At this moment, the heaven-rank divine general came forward, being chased by a divine general. These divine emissaries were already in despair. At this moment, a ray of light flew in from the distance and landed behind them. This ray of light was also surging with the aura of a divine general. Divine general, our divine descent is here. The despairing divine emissaries became abnormally excited. They stopped and looked forward. The one who arrived was Ziqin. He stood in the air, his aura surging and his eyes looking forward. The divine general of the Tian clan, who was in pursuit, also stopped at this moment. He coldly stared at Ziqin, as if he had recognized him. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's you again." Ziqin didn't say anything. This was probably the third time he had met the other party. He hadn't been able to take advantage of the other 2 times. Back then, he was only a half-human, half-beast. This time, he had completely transformed into a human. "I didn't expect you to have advanced." The other party spoke again. His voice was as loud and clear as thunder, causing the oracles in the distance to feel pain in their eardrums. "You too," Ziqin said indifferently. "Consider this a lesson for all of you. If there is a next time, I will slaughter all 10,000 cities." The celestial race's divine general said again, his voice extremely cold. Ziqin looked at him and said, "Just you alone." "You will know when the time comes." After the divine general finished speaking, he turned around and left. Right at this moment, 2 streams of light flew over from afar. They were Yi Qian and Liai. After arriving, Yi Qian looked at the departing divine general and asked in confusion, "Why didn't you keep him?" "There's no rush." Back in the city, Ziqin ran into divine General Luo Wei, who had arrived late. As soon as he received the news, he immediately rushed over. "Where are they?" Divine General Luo Wei asked as soon as he arrived. "They already left after destroying 10 cities," Ziqin said. "I was careless this time. I didn't expect to alarm them." Divine General Luo Wei let out a low sigh. "What do they mean?" Ziqin asked. "I'm not too sure about the specifics. It's said that in the depths of this area, there are groups of experts from different space-time. They have already advanced to Divine General, and their battle strength is extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, they won't come out, but if they encounter other situations, they will come out." What Divine General Luo Wei was talking about was obviously what Ziqin had seen before, but he had never gone deep enough, so he did not see that scene. If he saw it, he would definitely be extremely shocked, because there were too many divine generals of the Tian clan there. They usually don't come out. Could it be that the 2 sides have some kind of agreement? Didn't they say they were enemies? Ziqin asked again. They were enemies to begin with, so it wasn't considered an agreement. It's just that no one can enter the depths, and for some reason, those in the depths haven't come out. However, once our forces reach there will naturally be a large-scale battle, Divine General Luowei said. Zichen asked, "In that case, as long as we have the strength, we can enter the depths at any time." Divine General Luowei said, "Of course, but so far, no Divine General has ever chosen to go deep and face those creatures from different space-time head-on." Zichen asked in confusion, "Then how do Divine Generals improve their strength? How do they get more contributions? Do they rely on the activity of the general-level cities?" "That's just one of the reasons. The most important reason is to go to another battlefield, which is specially opened for general-level experts. Most general-level experts will go there to get more contributions, so that they can get more opportunities to break through," Divine General Luowei said. This was the first time Zichen had heard about this, so he was extremely surprised. Divine General Luowei continued, "But it's very dangerous there. Even Divine Generals are in danger there." Zichen wanted to ask some more questions about that place, but Divine General Luowei had to leave. The loss of 10 cities here was clearly a huge blow to the morale of the people here. Although Toby City would not be affected for the time being, if no one continued to open up new cities, then there would be no point for him to build a trading ground here. As a result, he issued an order on the same day that all the city lords who had lost their cities could come to the trading ground and claim a new city for free. However, the new city could only be built in this region. As for the cities that had already been destroyed, Divine General Luowei sent Divine Formation Masters to take them back. After they were repaired, they could still be used again. The matter of the Divine General of the Celestials had already spread like wildfire, but it did not have much of an impact on Toby City. It was still very lively here. Lina was currently in charge of the city, and she took good care of it. Zichen went back into seclusion. This time he mainly focused on comprehending the last few strands of Saber Intent, Shield Intent, and Extremity. To him, this was the best way to increase his battle prowess. As for his cultivation level, he had not considered how to increase it yet. Time passed. A year had passed. In the long history of the God Realm, a mere year was nothing more than the snap of a finger. The disturbance caused by the Divine General of the Celestials gradually died down. The 50 pieces of Broodmother were still being sold every day, and it was unknown when they would be sold out. Toby City had long since become as lively as a trading ground, and this was all thanks to the huge team of decomposers. Every day, a huge amount of resources would be sent to the trading ground, and then turned into all kinds of divine crystals and huge amounts of contribution points. During this time, Zichen, who was in seclusion, went out with his true body several times. The harvest he obtained was enough for the decomposers to work on for a long time without sleep or rest. Because the trading ground was built here, Zichen, who had planned to gradually abandon grade 6 materials and directly decompose grade 8 materials, had to give up on this idea. 3 years later, Toby became a Divine General a year later than expected, and the AI returned the city to him. After that, he continued to condense the unstable world. Tyrant and the others had yet to break through, because every step they took needed to be firmer and more stable. Soon, another 10 years had passed. Most people deliberately ignored the incident of the Celestials' Divine General and began to build cities in the surrounding area. This area became more and more lively, but it would undoubtedly take a long time to expand to the depths of the city. Toby City had become more like a city, and there were a few more city guards in charge of maintaining order. These were all selected by Lina in the past few years. Over the past 10 years, the 100 or so people who had stayed here had gradually become the core figures of Toby City and were highly regarded by Lady Lina. Soon, another 10 years had passed. In these 20 years, Zichen had comprehended a shield intent and a boundary intent from the law crystals he had obtained back then. This could be considered a great harvest. At this time, Tyrant was the first to break through to the divine general realm. He broke through in Zi-Chen's world and did not cause any changes in Toby City, so no one in the outside world could sense it. Tyrant's proud laughter echoed in Zi-Chen's world. In terms of the Life-Star realm, he was an ancestral general, which was equivalent to the divine general of the divine world. Being able to reach this step was naturally something worth celebrating. Because they had obtained a lot of resources, it was completely enough for those who came from the Life-Star to refine and break through. Wu Ji, craftsman ancestor, Zhang Haotian, Longhu ancestor, and Longhu also broke through one after another. After they broke through, they stayed in Zi-Chen's world and did not cause any changes in Toby City. Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, Wang Xian and the others also broke through to the divine general realm. Barbaric Dragon, Flying Divine Tiger, Xingchen, Lei Ting, and the others also broke through. It could be said that in the next few years, with enough resources, everyone's strength also broke through one after another. At this time, no one knew that there was a group of divine envoys in Toby City. After everyone had broken through, Zi-Chen appeared in a flash. Next, he was waiting for Shadowless to return. It had been more than 20 years since Shadowless left. He had almost followed that divine general of the divine race when he left. What happened last time, obviously, could not be forgotten. In Zi-Chen's mind, there was a crazy idea. Now that Tyrant and the others had broken through, he felt that this idea could be realized in real time. Now, all the experts were ready, and only Shadowless was left to bring back the news. After another 3 years, Shadowless returned from the depths and brought the news that Zi-Chen wanted. Chapter 2738. In the past 20 years or so, Shadowless first went to the deepest part of the planet. He went to the General Grade Mother Nest, and then went to other places to take a look. He didn't rest during this period. After exploring the depths, he chose to return. Along the way, he went to other areas to look for mother nests, marking each one in detail. After doing all this, Shadowless came back. It took him more than 20 years. After receiving the news, Zi-Chen ordered people to find divine General Luo Wei. Speaking of which, Luo Wei was very satisfied with the development of Toby City in the past few decades, because the prosperity of the city also led to the prosperity of the nearby cities. Soon, Luo Wei arrived at Toby City. After seeing Zi-Chen, Zi-Chan went straight to the point and told him his idea. Hearing this, divine General Luo Wei was moved. It seemed that this kind of thing was beyond his scope of handling. We've already entered the depths. There's a general level mother nest there, and I'm going to take it down. However, during this period of time, there will definitely be some Tian clan divine generals coming out. At that time, the nearby cities will definitely suffer a devastating blow. I called Big Brother Luo Wei here because I hope that you can send people to stop those Tian clan divine generals. In fact, Zi-Chen didn't need to inform Luo Wei in advance about this kind of thing. Even if the divine generals came out and destroyed the cities here, it wouldn't have much to do with him, because the two sides were enemies, either you die or I live. However, it was obviously Zi-Chen's style to let others suffer losses for no reason, so he informed divine General Luo Wei in advance. He didn't know if this kind of thing would cause unpredictable consequences, so it was better to inform the official forces in advance. Even if there was a problem at that time, there would be experts to resolve it. How confident are you? Divine General Luo Wei asked, his expression very serious. Zi-Chen thought for a moment and said, if there are no other accidents, it should be 80%. Divine General Luo Wei nodded and said, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and report this matter. During this time, you must not act rashly. Divine General Luo Wei left, and Zi-Chen returned to the world to discuss this matter with the others who had broken through to the divine general level. Although they hadn't seen the scene in the depths of the cave, they had heard from Zi-Chen that there was a mother nest there, as well as many celestial divine generals. At this moment, when they heard that they were going to attack that general-level mother nest, everyone was extremely excited, especially Tyrant. He had just become a divine general and was eager to participate in a battle. He wanted to announce to the world how powerful and terrifying he was. The next day, Divine General Luowei arrived with a divine general. When he saw the number engraved on the divine general's armor, Zichun was shocked. Unexpectedly, a ranked divine general had come, ranked 99th among the 108 generals. There were countless divine generals in the god realm, but only 108 of them were able to enter the role of generals. Every one of them was an existence that was second only to the divine kings. The moment the 99th divine general saw Zichun, he asked, "Have you entered the depths?" Zichun nodded. "Then, do you still have 80% confidence?" The 99th ranked divine general asked again. Zichun said, "Although there are many divine generals there, their realms are only at the first level. If there are no unexpected changes, it shouldn't be a big problem to take down that place." The divine general nodded. Obviously, Zichun had done his homework before coming to this decision. "What is your goal?" the 99th ranked divine general asked. "To expand my influence," Zichun said. The divine general frowned slightly, not quite understanding the meaning behind his words. "There are many people in my hometown. I want to open up a place for them here so that they can expand their influence in the god realm." Zichun explained. Currently, his identity was no longer a secret to the divine generals. Since they could recognize his existence, they would naturally recognize the Life Star. Moreover, with the divine race's current situation in the god realm, it seemed that they wouldn't care at all if the Life Star occupied a small piece of land here. Since they had decided to cooperate with Zichun, they naturally knew about Zichun's background. They had even thoroughly investigated everything about him, including his importance in the 9th divine general's heart. The divine general nodded slightly. He didn't ask about Zichun's specific details or what he was relying on. After all, everyone had their own secrets. If you have the confidence to attack that place, we naturally won't stop you. We and the creatures of another space-time are mortal enemies. Their destruction is our strength. However, do you know why we don't go there? The divine general asked. Zichun shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. With the fighting strength of the 108 divine generals of the god realm, if he went there alone, he would definitely be able to take down a mother nest. That's because our identities are too special. If we rashly go there, it will inevitably cause even greater turmoil. Although we are enemies, sometimes there are some rules that we have to deliberately follow. This sentence seemed to be a statement, but in fact it was also a warning to Zichun not to use overly powerful means, such as calling an expert or a divine king. These were all forbidden. Your Excellency, rest assured. Our people are all first-level divine generals, Zichun said, indicating that he didn't borrow people from Ichien. A strange look flashed through the divine general's eyes. Then he nodded and said, "In that case, you can rest assured. Next, I will dispatch some divine generals to guard the perimeter in case the divine generals of the divine race arrive. However, there is one thing you have to be careful of. That general-grade mother nest can already mobilize the power of laws at will. It can attack from afar and defend from close range. Its strongest means are the attacks of the divine soul." Zichun had previously guessed that the mother nest had offensive means, and now he had confirmed it. In the end, the divine general said, "Do it boldly. If you can really take down a general-grade mother nest, the 10th domain, which has been peaceful for a long time, will become more lively." The divine general left, but before he left, he gestured for Zichun and the others to wait for a while. He asked him to call these people over first. The next day, in this most dangerous region, a summons from an official faction appeared, summoning all divine generals below 3rd level. 5 days later, Zichun left Toby City. Among the divine generals, he only left Toby behind. As for the others, they all entered his world. During this time, Li Ai and Yi Qian followed Ziqin and didn't enter his world. Speaking of which, ever since Li Ai came here, she had never entered Ziqian's world. She only knew that Ziqian had a special space that could be opened at any time, but she didn't know that space was actually a world. Their first destination was a 6th-level mother nest, and Shadowless had already marked the location. At this time, he naturally followed beside Ziqin, but the others couldn't see him. There it is. After teleporting, Shadowless pointed at a mountain range below. Ziqin flew down and opened his world, taking in all the creatures from the other space-time. The entrance is there. Following Shadowless's order, he went in through the entrance and used the space-rending kill to kill all the creatures from the other space-time. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the hiding place of the 6th-level mother nest. As a strong light flashed, the soul of the mother nest was destroyed. Ziqin had thought about subduing this kind of thing and creating an army from the other space-time, but he had never succeeded. After taking the mother nests and the eggs, Ziqin adjusted himself and teleported again. This time he went to another 6th-level mother nest. This time he was going to take things one step at a time, preparing to wipe out all the brood mother nests in the area. This was something that no one would have thought of. Now that he was a divine general, these things were useless to him. He had prepared these things for the people on this life star. In the future, they would come here to develop a base. In one day, Ziqin took away 3 mother nests, and he was very careful. This was because in Shadowless's information, the mother nests could know everything that happened here through the creatures from the other space-time. Thus, before the war started, he didn't want everyone to be exposed. Shadowless couldn't find every single one of the brood mother nests in this vast area, so he had to stick close to a small area. After finding 8 level 6 brood mother nests, they ventured deep into the forest. During this time, Ziqin went to Yiqian City and asked her to take away the heavenly god city. After taking away the city, they went deeper. Now, the mother nest was a 7th level one. In Ziqian's world, Tyrant looked at the mother nests and said enviously, "Those who come later are really lucky. They get resources as soon as they come. Back then, when didn't we have to risk our lives just to get resources?" Next to him, LV Peng smiled and said, "This is the tree planted by the ancestors, and the descendants enjoy the shade." When we grew up, didn't we also benefit from the efforts of our ancestors? No matter how secretive this kind of thing was, it would eventually be exposed. One day, the mother nest in the depths released its divine sense and flew into a rage. Nearly 100 divine generals left the mother nest's territory and went straight to the outside world. They were the divine generals that Ziqin had met several times before. At the trading center, many divine generals had been summoned. After they appeared, they all went to the border cities. As the auras of divine generals appeared in those border cities one after another, all the divine envoys, including the city lords, revealed looks of horror. So many divine generals had come. Was something big going to happen? In fact, the divine generals didn't know what had happened. They had received orders that if they killed a 1st-level divine general, the trading center would reward them with an extra 100 1st-level divine crystals. With such a reward, they were naturally happy to come. Chapter 2739. The news coming out of Toby City was about the mother nest. The general idea was that from today onwards, all the service personnel of Toby City would be able to exchange materials for the mother nest from the city lord's mansion. For example, if they could decompose a certain amount of materials and convert them into enough resources, they could exchange them for the mother nest. Another example would be the guards and service personnel. They could also stack up their rewards and exchange them for the mother nest. In the entire divine realm, there was no other city besides Toby City that could exchange materials for the mother nest. When the news came out, it caused a huge commotion. The more than 100 divine envoys who had been in Toby City for a long time were very excited. It was obvious that they had made the right decision in the past. As a result, they were the ones who would benefit the most in the future. Lena, who was equivalent to the steward of the entire city, was shocked for a long time after hearing the news from the city, Lord's mansion. She had been in Toby City for decades, but her realm was still at level 3. Although the level 9 divine envoys in the city were still polite and respectful in front of her, her realm was still too low. As for the people she had brought with her, they had served here for decades and had not received any remuneration during this period. Previously, they could exchange materials for the mother nest at a low price in Toby City, but because they didn't have any resources, they could only watch. Although they had already decided to follow the goddess in the future when they came here, they still had some complaints in their hearts after working so hard without any rewards. But now, these negative comments were gone. Toby had specially prepared some mother nest resources for them according to Zi Chen's instructions. These were all provided free of charge, and the amount was quite considerable. In addition to the mother nest resources, there were also the insect eggs that Zi Chen had obtained. Those were also expensive things, so he had left a lot for them. The goddess has already left with the Lord. He had already told me to tell everyone that you have worked hard these past few years. Because of the operation of the city, everyone was extremely busy and couldn't be distracted. These mother nests that were prepared for everyone had been delayed for decades. Toby looked at everyone and said, "Actually, these mother nests were already prepared for everyone when the last trade was distributed. Fortunately, the city exhibition went very smoothly and everyone had free time, so the resources were distributed. The divine envoys arranged by the God of Heaven all looked very excited. Even Lena, who was respected by everyone, could not keep her calm. Level 3 was still too low after all. Now he could finally break through. Speaking of which, using a level 6 brood mother to break through to the next realm was a bit too extravagant. Some were happy, but others were sad. For example, the decomposers who had left Toby City had not only lost their qualifications to stay in Toby City as decomposers, but they had also lost the opportunity to enter the brood mother nest. He really regretted it. Toby had 2 brood mother nests in his possession. If they were only used to exchange for the insiders, he believed that they would last for a long time. After all, the price of a brood mother was unimaginably high. Most of them were used during critical moments of breakthroughs, and some had to serve Toby City for free for over 100 years to get one. However, such a reward was still very generous. After all, 100 years was too short for the divine envoys who had endless lifespans. When Luo Wei heard the news, he was very surprised. He guessed that Zi Chen did not obtain a single broodmother last time. Otherwise, the divine generals in the depths would not have come out and destroyed 10 cities in a row. Last time, he had obtained more than 1 mother nest in such a short period of time. This time, Zi Chen, who was fully prepared, would be able to obtain more than 1. Luo Wei's heart was filled with anticipation. In front of Zi Chen, a level 8 broodmother was mobilizing the power of laws in an attempt to open a passage to escape. However, Zi Chen opened his world ahead of time and isolated it from the world. The level 8 broodmother was killed. This was the 15th broodmother they had obtained during this trip. It was a very generous harvest. Come, let's move on to the next one. After collecting the broodmother, Zi Chen said to Shadowless. According to Shadowless's mark, there were still a dozen or so broodmother left. Shadowless led Zi Chen to the next mother nest. Along the way, they continued to kill the creatures from the other dimensions. This time, however, when they reached the depths of the mother nest, there were no mother nests to be found. There were only a few unhatched eggs. I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. They didn't just leave. Shadowless looked around and said, "Let's go to the next one." Zi Chen said in a low voice. He had a bad feeling in his heart. When they reached the next location, they still only saw some eggs. There was no brood mother. They went to 2 more locations in a row, but it was still the same. Z-chan guessed that the general grade brood mother must have discovered all of this and ordered the other brood mother to withdraw. They must have already reached the depths by now. In this way, their plan had to be cut short and they had to go deeper. At this time, they finally met the team of divine generals who had gone out. The team of nearly 100 divine generals immediately flew over after seeing the 3 of them. "You again." During this time, the leading divine general said coldly. His eyes were full of coldness. Zichen smiled faintly. "I should be the one saying this. We haven't looked for you for the massacre of 10 cities. I didn't expect you to come out on your own. You're courting death." The divine general shouted coldly. The light of energy on his body began to surge. A powerful aura surged, and an oppressive pressure appeared. "You're the one courting death." Zichen stood in the air and opened his world. LV Peng rushed out from it. After coming out, he quickly formed seals with his hands. One after another, rays of light flew into the distance. The rays of light disappeared after falling into the void. Then, the space in the distance rippled and began to distort. It was as if it was forcibly separated from this world. With a flip of his hand, a large array was formed. All of the divine generals were enveloped by this array. "Kill!" Loud battle cries rang out one after another as silhouettes descended from Zichen's world. Tyrant, Demon Ape, Craftsman Ancestor, Limitless, and the others appeared one after another. There were more than 10 of them. Even though all of them had appeared, their numbers were still less than the divine generals. However, they didn't care about this and directly rushed forward. During this time, Tyrant was the fastest and the most excited. His body was surrounded by Buddhist light. He held the light shield tightly in his hand and flew forward. Die! The leading divine general wanted to attack Zichen. He didn't expect Tyrant to be the first to rush forward. Therefore, he didn't say anything and smashed his mace at Tyrant. The mace's aura was vast. Wherever it passed, space trembled and boundless energy flashed. When Tyrant saw this, he didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he grinned. His eyes narrowed into slits because of his happiness. He raised his shield to block. Bang! The mace smashed into the light shield. Bright light shot out in all directions, and a powerful energy fluctuation spread out. The light shield in Tyrant's hand sank. He flew back more than 10 steps. When he looked at the divine general in front of him again, he was sent flying along with his weapon. Seeing this, Tyrant smiled with satisfaction. "You dare to fight me head-on? You're courting death." When the other divine generals saw this, they were shocked. However, the others had already arrived. 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, exploded in the midst of the divine generals of the Sky Clan. The heavens and earth shook violently as terrifying yin and yang energy, fluctuations scattered in all directions. Wherever they passed, the divine generals of the Sky Clan were sent flying. Limitless 2 clones stood in the air, releasing the aura of the divine general realm. Uft! Zhang Haoyan's figure disappeared. He appeared in front of a divine general who was sent flying backward. The stone sword in his hand immediately stabbed forward. Without a sound, it pierced through the divine general's back. After this attack, his figure flashed again and disappeared into the darkness. The sky suddenly darkened. A giant black hammer appeared out of thin air. Black light surged on the hammer. Craftsman Ancestor held the hammer and smashed it down. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. The space inside the formation seemed to be shattered. Craftsman Ancestor's opponent was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. Die! Devil Ape stretched out his left hand. Light swirled around his palm like chains of laws, trapping his opponent. Then the black stick smashed down with a sharp whistle, hitting a divine general's chest. The divine general's chest immediately caved in. His body flew backward, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. On the other side, the two dragon tiger supremes, the two flying divine tigers, barbaric dragon, Lei Long, and other existences displayed their strongest attacks. Xing Qin, Lei Ting, Brilliant Light, Bright Moon, and the others also made their moves. Looking at the life star and the countless planets and races, only a few dozen of them could reach this step. However, they were all outstanding figures among their peers. It was so when they were on the life star, and it was the same when they came to the divine world. On top of that, they had all obtained inheritances last time, which made up for their lack of battle skills. Their battle prowess had become even more powerful. Therefore, even though they didn't have the advantage in numbers, they still had the upper hand when they attacked. By the time the divine general rushed over, more than a dozen of his subordinates had already been killed. Among them, the one with the most destructive power was Zhang Haoyin. He was like a natural assassin, walking between light and darkness. Every time he appeared, one person would die. The powerful battle prowess of these people shocked the divine general. At this time, he felt danger coming from the side and instinctively dodged. A sharp saber light brushed past him. At the same time, an indifferent voice rang out. "Your opponent is me." The one who spoke was Ziqin. He stood with his saber in hand, the heavenly thunder wings behind him flickering with lightning as he looked at the divine general. "You're courting death." Chapter 2740. Ziqin had already experienced his opponent's methods and knew what he was good at. The leader of the divine generals instantly turned into a giant. Even the mace in his hand became incomparably huge. The tiny Ziqin was like a bird in front of him. "Go to hell!" With a loud shout like rolling thunder, the mace smashed down aggressively. Wherever it passed, the space distorted crazily as if it was about to be torn apart. Ziqin came over with his blade. Yin and yang energy circulated around his body. His expression was cold. "I'll do it." At this moment, the monk shouted and quickly flew in front of Ziqin. Then he raised the light shield in his hand. On the light shield, Buddhist light circulated and the shield intent flickered. When the mace fell, it immediately expanded and protected the two of them. Bang! The mace smashed down and another explosion came from the sky. A powerful wave swept out from the shield. The light shield in the monk's hand immediately shrank, and his body flew backward. Although the light shield had neutralized the terrifying power, it was unable to neutralize the power of the shock. This time, the Tian clan divine general leader, whose body had already become incomparably huge, retreated dozens of steps. With every step he took back, the void trembled. After retreating more than 10 steps, he was already several miles away. "How is it? The power of the shield is not bad, right?" The monk said proudly, "If there's any danger in the future, just say the word." Ziqin was speechless. "He didn't seem to have called you just now, right?" The monk's jesting was just a small interlude. The battle still had to continue. The surrounding divine generals were still dying. The pressure on the leader was even greater, and his attacks were even stronger. The mace was like a heavenly staff, constantly smashing down. Its momentum was surging, bringing with it a destructive wave. Ziqin blocked with his blade. During this time, 7-blade intents coiled around the blade. Each blade was extremely powerful. The two of them were not on the same level. From afar, Ziqin was just a small dot of light. However, the leader of the divine race did not dare to underestimate him. This was because his attacks were extremely powerful and agile. Every single one of his attacks caught his opponent off guard. At the place where the two of them were fighting, the aftermath of the energy kept shaking and scattering. No one dared to approach. Boom! The void trembled as a powerful force spread in all directions, causing the matrix here to begin to distort violently. LV Peng stood in the air, focusing on controlling the array formation. Beside him, Su Mengyao and the others were guarding, sending the divine generals of the Celestials flying one by one. LV Peng formed a seal with both of his hands, and rays of strong light appeared from the array formation one after another, which shot straight towards the Tian clan divine generals. Clearly, at this moment, the Grand Formation was also preparing to attack. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure flashed again. He appeared beside the leader of the Celestials and slashed down with his blade. The blade light that contained the energy of yin and yang, as well as the 7 blade wheels that lingered around it, slashed at the leader's waist. Clang! The leader of the celestial race quickly blocked the attack with his spiked club. A powerful shock wave blasted the other party back. With a cold glint in his eyes, he once again swung his mace at Zichen. After blocking another attack, Zichen retreated. Looking at the leader of the Celestials who was about to charge at him, he pointed behind him and said, "Look in that direction." The leader of the Celestials turned around and saw Zi Chen's clone appear in the distance. Moreover, the clone's left and right hands each had a strand of yin and yang energy. This energy quickly recombined and violently distorted, forming a yin-yang thunder lotus. The leader of the Celestials had suffered from this attack before. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, but he no longer paid attention to Zichen. He raised his mace and smashed it at the clone. The yin-yang thunder lotus that had taken shape flew forward and collided with the falling mace. Boom! Under the powerful force of the mace, the yin-yang thunder lotus exploded, turning into a terrifying yin and yang energy that engulfed the leader's body. This energy was extremely terrifying. It was an indiscriminate attack. Even if Zichen was in the middle of it, he would still be injured. Feeling the terrifying energy spreading, the people who were fighting in the distance immediately distanced themselves, afraid that they would be affected by the energy. Last time, such an attack had not been able to kill the other party. This time, Zichen clearly did not have any extravagant hopes. His eyes became extremely cold. The golden light shining on his body changed in the next moment. One type turned into 2 types, one yin and one yang. A powerful aura was released from his body. He held the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right. The yin and yang energy in his body flowed into the blade through the hilt in a compatible state. Buzz! The blade in his hand began to tremble, and a saber hum resounded. At this moment, the violent yin and yang energy in front of him was dissipating. The tall figure of the Celestials' divine general appeared. Wounds appeared on his body one after another. Blood flowed out of the wounds, but his aura was still powerful. After the attack, the clone had already disappeared. He suddenly turned around and looked at Zichen. After a few breaths of time, Zichen unsheathed his saber. An even louder saber hum resounded through the world. A saber light that was like a waterfall appeared. It flickered with a bright light and was surrounded by 7 saber intents as it headed straight for the leader of the Celestials. This saber had a ferocious aura. It was Zi Chen's peak saber strike. The entire array was illuminated by this saber strike. The powerful aura made everyone's heart palpitate. As if sensing the danger of this saber strike, the Celestial's divine general roared. He gripped his mace tightly with both hands. The mace swelled again and blocked in front of him like a wall. The saber light that contained the yin and yang energy attacked and landed on the mace. The energy collided. During this period of time, small saber rays penetrated the defense of the spiked club and landed on the other party's body, cutting small wounds one after another. After a few breaths of time, the saber lights dissipated. The violent energy in the world returned to normal. Everyone in the distance looked over, wanting to know how the leader of the Celestials was doing. He stood there. His aura had withered, but he was still alive. He was not dead. Pa! With a soft sound, the mace in his hand shattered in an instant and fell to the ground. Although he was still alive, his weapon had been destroyed. Uft, uft, uft. At the same time, wounds appeared on his body one after another. Blood began to flow from those wounds like a great river. His gigantic body began to shrink rapidly, returning to its normal size. As his body shrank, his wounds also slowly stopped bleeding. After losing his weapon, his aura was weak. However, the Celestial's divine general's expression became extremely cruel. He stared at Zichen and said coldly, "You must die." As his voice fell, the space above his head began to distort. A huge vortex appeared from within. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the vortex. A terrifying aura swept through the world. When this aura appeared, LV Pengzare began to become unstable. It was as if the power of the rules had been greatly affected. "Light of destruction, fall!" The Celestial's leader's cold voice fell. A strong light appeared from the vortex and headed straight for Zichen. Apart from Li AI, everyone else's expression changed when they saw this light. This was because this light reminded them of the light that had shattered the 9 extreme weapons. The two seemed to be exactly the same. Swish! The lightning wings on Zichen's back flapped. A light that represented extreme speed appeared on his body. This was the first time he had used it after comprehending extreme speed. His body disappeared into thin air. It was no weaker than teleportation. The powerful beam of light that descended from the sky pierced through his body. Then his body directly dispersed. However, after displaying extreme speed, he left behind an afterimage where he originally stood. His real body appeared 100 meters away. There was a bloody hole in his waist. Blood was gushing out. Everyone who knew Zichen very well saw this scene. Their expressions changed. They knew very well how fast Zichen's speed was. They didn't expect him to be hit by that strong light. What if it was them? The Celestial's leader glanced at Zichen. He was recovering from his injuries. Then he turned his head to look at the others. Obviously, he was looking for a new target. "Hey, your attack is very unique. Can we discuss it?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. It was Monk. The Celestial's leader looked at Monk and said coldly, "Discuss what?" "Teach me this move of yours, and I'll let you leave. How about it?" Monk said with anticipation in his eyes. "You're courting death," Monk said seriously. But to the Celestial's leader, this was an insult to him. Hearing this, he was furious. Another strong light appeared from the vortex and headed straight for Monk. The monk let out a strange cry when he heard that. Once again, he placed the shield in front of him. Above the shield, there were layers and layers of shield intent lingering around it. The destructive light in the sky collided with the light shield, forming ripples. The shield intent on the surface of the light shield was quickly disappearing in the collision with the strong light. The terrifying power of the strong light was also disappearing. Boom! Finally, the strong light dispersed. Monk was sent flying with the light shield in his hand. This time, the light shield was still intact. Monk, who was sent flying, laughed. "You're just SOSO. Forget it. Lord Buddha doesn't like you. Beauty Li AI, kill him." On the other side, Li AI, who was already prepared, quickly formed seals with her hands. A powerful aura circulated above her head. In the next moment, the void darkened and a palm print surrounded by divine light appeared. This was the God-destroying palm. After it appeared, the divine power between heaven and earth was absorbed by this palm. As it fell, the already terrifying palm became stronger. Boom! The palm landed on the Celestial's leader and brought his body down to the ground. The ground rumbled and a deep palm print appeared. Smoke billowed and energy raged. Everyone stared down. An angry roar came from below. The Celestial's leader was still alive, but there were more wounds on his body. Chapter 2741. The flash of divine light was the heaven-reaching divine needle. The leader of the Tian clan was extremely powerful, and his life force was also abnormally strong. If the other party reacted and used that world-destroying light again, no one would be able to withstand it. Thus, Li Ai used his strongest method and decided to end the battle. After Zi Chen recovered from his injuries, he ignored the leader of the Tian clan and dodged to the side. With the help of the blade light, he killed one Tian clan divine general after another. Although they were at the same cultivation level as the leader of the Tian clan, their fighting strength was much weaker, so it was relatively easy to kill them. As for the mission of killing the leader of the Tian clan, it was also given to Li Ai. The heavenly god needle was extremely fast, and in an instant it swept past the forehead of the leader of the Tian clan. The other party's figure that was soaring into the sky immediately lost its momentum, and after flying out for nearly 100 meters, his body fell towards the ground. During this period of time, he had already lost his life force. With the death of the leader of the Tian clan, the other Tian clan divine generals were even more useless and were quickly slaughtered by everyone. After cleaning up the battlefield, LV Peng removed the formation, and Zi Qin and the other two appeared once again. The Tian clan divine generals from before were all dead. Following that, the three of them and Shadowless continued forward. In the depths of the broodmother's nest, she quickly realized that all the generals who had gone out had died in battle, so she became even more furious. Hundreds of Tian clan divine generals split into several teams and headed towards the periphery. Obviously, they were going to slaughter the cities in the periphery. While moving forward, Zichen once again encountered a team of Tian clan divine generals. There were more than 100 of them, and LV Peng continued to form the formation. Zichen and the others fought in the formation, killing all the Tian clan divine generals that came forward. What was worth mentioning was that among these divine generals, there were no existences comparable to the previous leader of the Tian clan. The team they met quickly ended the battle. Outside this area, the official forces had gathered many divine generals. They stood outside the city on guard. During this period of time, neither divine General Luowei nor the divine general from before appeared. The divine generals waiting for the battle outside were at most level 3. They didn't know what was happening in the depths, but according to the official news, it seemed that there would soon be divine generals from another space-time attacking this place. Under normal circumstances, a battle between divine generals would not take place in such a place. There would be a corresponding battlefield for each level, but this time it seemed to be a little unusual. After patiently waiting, the divine generals of the divine race finally arrived. There were a lot of them. Seeing so many divine generals, the divine race's divine general's expression changed. A great battle erupted. Zi Chen went to a few more areas where the mother nests were located. The mother nests, which had been invisible before, had all left. He decided not to waste any more time and chose to teleport deeper. After many teleportations, he arrived outside the mother nest, only a few dozen miles away. He saw the floating cities and the cloud in the middle. The general grade mother nest was inside. This was also the reason why he had come here this time. He wanted to take down this mother nest and obtain more opportunities. However, he did not immediately step forward. Instead, he stood in the distance and watched. In those cities, one shadow after another appeared. Obviously, the general grade broodmother had noticed his arrival and was mobilizing troops. "This time, you will definitely die," Zi Chen said in a low voice. "With just the few of you." A cold voice rang out beside Zi Chen, confirming his guess. "If you really think that it's just the few of us, then you're too naive." As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves, and shadows appeared one after another. He allowed everyone to appear without reservation, which was obviously a sign of the upcoming battle. Where is that mother nest? Let's see how Lord Zhang will deal with it. As soon as the monk with the light shield appeared, he shouted impatiently. Ants, you're courting death. The cold voice rang out again, this time containing a chilling, murderous intent. In the distance, groups of divine generals of the divine race flew over, crazily surging with murderous intent. Come on, let Lord Zeng see what you creatures from another space-time are capable of. The monk flew forward in front of the crowd. The light shield in his hand glowed and instantly grew bigger. The patterns on it flowed, and the shield intent lingered. The divine generals of the divine race sped up again. Powerful auras surged as they got closer and closer. Buzz! Zi-Chin stood at the back. When the divine generals of the divine race were about to reach them, he opened up his own world. This world shrouded everyone, as if it had separated this space. They were now in a huge space of nothingness. The pursuing divine generals of the divine race did not stop at all. They flew toward the void space in front of them. Swish, swish, swish. They all rushed into this void space and then entered Zi-Chen's world. Zi-Chen did not immediately kill them. Instead, he let the monk and the others kill them one by one. Behind them, more divine generals of the divine race arrived. There were many of them, advancing dauntlessly. There were more than 10,000 divine generals of the divine race here. Only a few hundred had left before, and now only a portion of them had come out. Zi-Chin walked out of that space and flew forward. During this time, he held a long saber in his hand and slashed. The saber light swept past like a waterfall. One divine general of the divine race was killed after another. He rushed forward with his saber. Shwa! As he rushed forward, Zi-Chan pointed at the void. A black hole appeared in the void, and a powerful devouring force surged out from the black hole, devouring the 3 divine generals of the divine race. Shwa! Zi-Chen pointed at the void again, and another black hole appeared, devouring the nearby divine generals of the divine race. Actually, this was not a profound method. It was just that Zi-Chin had opened up his own world in order to confuse the broodmother. After all, there were still many divine generals of the divine race here. If the broodmother signaled them not to attack, Zi-Chan would not be able to do anything. Behind Zi-Chin, the space where the monk and the others were at disappeared. They all jumped out of that space and fought with the other divine generals of the divine race. As for the divine generals from before, they all entered Zi-Chen's world. In his world, these divine generals of the divine race who had lost their opponents looked around blankly. The power of the rules in the sky suddenly descended, bringing with it an extremely strong pressure. These divine generals of the divine race found it difficult to move an inch. Standing in this world, the divine avatar had a cold expression. With a tap of his hands, the divine needle appeared. It turned into a stream of light and shot towards the divine generals of the divine race. At this moment, these divine generals of the divine race were suppressed by the rules and were unable to effectively dodge. They could only be killed by the divine needle. Uft, uft, uft. In the outside world, Zi-Chen was still thinking of ways to bring more divine generals of the divine race into this world. The divine avatar was using the divine needle in this world to kill these divine generals of the divine race. Under their cooperation, the number of divine generals of the divine race that were killed increased. These divine generals of the divine race no longer needed to be deliberately broken down. This was because they were all the purest bodies of energy, the purest divine crystals, and could be directly exchanged for resources. In the outside world, after seeing so many divine generals of the divine race disappear, the broodmother gradually sensed that something was wrong. It seemed that those black holes were extremely strange. The charging divine generals of the divine race finally stopped, no longer advancing. At this moment, there were already many corpses of divine generals of the divine race on the ground. They were all killed by Zi-Chin. He stepped on these corpses and walked forward. Behind him, Tyrant and the others were still fighting. This time, Zichen did not let them come forward. Next, he would have to face this general-grade broodmother alone. At this time, there were many divine generals of the divine race in those buildings. They stood in the air, coldly staring at the approaching Zichen, but they did not attack. Zichen did not speak. He just kept moving forward. In the blink of an eye, he was outside those floating cities. "Kill him!" The broodmother's cold voice sounded again. The divine generals of the divine race rushed towards him again. Buzz! Zichen opened his world. A boundless black hole appeared in the sky. This black hole fell in an instant, swallowing all the divine generals of the divine race. After that, he went straight for the clouds where the broodmother was. Die! The broodmother's cold voice sounded again. A bolt of lightning manifested by the rules went straight for Zichen. Swoosh! The thunder wings on Zichen's back vibrated. He mobilized the power of the extreme and instantly dodged the lightning attack. The clouds rolled, and more lightning flew towards Zichen. Zichen's figure kept flashing as he moved forward among the lightning. In the blink of an eye, he approached the clouds and rushed in without hesitation. The last time his spiritual sense entered the clouds, it was blocked. This time his real body entered, but he felt great pressure. The clouds around him were very heavy. Zichen walked with great difficulty. Buzz! At the same time, he directly opened his world. A huge black hole appeared in the sky above the clouds. A powerful suction force came from the black hole, as if it wanted to devour everything below. The buildings collapsed one after another, and the divine generals of the divine race were sucked in completely uncontrollably. At the same time, the black hole fell like the mouth of the netherworld, wanting to devour the clouds and the broodmother. Above the clouds, light suddenly shone. The power of the rules appeared, but it formed a space of its own, organizing the devouring of the black hole. While the two were in a stalemate, Zichen felt the power of the rules of the world quickly dissipating. The huge black hole was also shrinking and slowly disappearing. As for the clouds that were surrounded by the rules, they had returned to normal. The city that was surrounded by clouds had long been destroyed. At this time, there were only a few hundred divine generals left. Their faces were filled with fear. Obviously, these people would be left for the monks who would come later. As for Zichen, he had already begun to go deeper into the clouds. Chapter 2742. The blade light extinguished the lightning, but there was still a wave of energy that passed through the long blade and entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. This was a soul attack. However, Zichen's soul flame was unusually strong, and it quickly extinguished this energy. At this time, the deeper he went, the heavier the fog became. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and it became more and more difficult to move forward. Swoosh! 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 More lightning attacks came, heading straight for Zichen. Seeing these incoming soul lightning bolts, Zichen's body flashed, and the power of the world's rules formed a defense around his body. All the soul lightning bolts disappeared when they reached the law defense. During this time, only a few attacks entered Zichen's sea of consciousness, but they did not have any effect on him. Golden light lingered on his body, and he walked more and more slowly. Zichen was already the strongest among those at the same level, but it was so difficult for him to move forward. If it were someone else, they might not be able to move forward. In addition, without the protection of the world's rules, very few people could resist these soul lightning bolts. Therefore, just these clouds and mist alone were enough to keep out too many people of the same level. The more difficult it was for Zichen to move forward, the more soul lightning bolts there were. Fortunately, he had an endless amount of world power to mobilize, so he was not afraid. After walking for an unknown period of time, Zichen could no longer hear the sounds of the battle outside. The heavy pressure on his body disappeared, and he finally saw the brood mother. This brood mother was like a mountain range, crouching there, and its body flashed with the dazzling light of the rules. On Zichen's body, the power of the rules surged again, forming a light curtain, isolating him from the surroundings. The brood mother in the outside world had several escape points, let alone a general-grade brood mother. And this is meaningless. You are not the first one to come here all these years, the brood mother said coldly. The mother nest's cold voice rang out. The rule power on the surface of its body immediately manifested, forming a long blade and slashed down. This slash did not have a strong momentum, but the power of the rules it contained was extremely powerful. It was as if the blade was about to cut the rules in half. Zichen also slashed out with his blade. The blade light contained his yin and yang energy, as well as the destruction rules that he comprehended. Bang! The void trembled as the two attacks collided, forming an extremely powerful shockwave that spread out in all directions. The two blade lights above were still in a stalemate. During this period, the rule force destroyed each other and continued to dissipate. You actually dispelled my principal attack. It seems I underestimated you. The brood mother's voice rang out again. Truth be told, Zichen was also feeling very shocked. He knew very well just how deep his understanding of the laws was. In addition, he also had the support of the laws of his own world and the heaven-defying power of yin and yang. Even so, he was still unable to destroy the other party's attack. Buzz! The laws in front of him trembled again. This time, even more saber lights appeared. They were like a rain of saber lights as they went straight for Zichen. Zichen gripped the saber in his right hand and activated it with all his might. A saber light swept forward like a waterfall. As the saber light moved forward, it continued to be consumed and eventually disappeared. However, even more blades of rule came at him. Zichen tapped his foot and his figure rose into the air. Those blades of rule came from below him. A whistling sound was heard. When Zichen turned around, he found that the blades of rule had turned back and were coming at him again. Swoosh! He slashed down again, but he still only managed to dispel a part of the blades of rule. After that, he flickered again and continued to attack until all the blades of rule were shattered. Interesting. The brood mother's previous cold voice had a hint of mockery now. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. This time, the sky was full of blades of rule, mixed with some swords of rule. Whether it was a blade or a sword, they were just a form. The real power was the rule force that was attached to the attack. Seeing this scene, Zichen's figure kept retreating. As he retreated, he put away his saber. A ball of golden light appeared in his left hand, and a ball of silver light appeared in his right hand. His left hand was yang, and his right hand was yin. They formed a yin-yang thunder lotus. Above the thunder lotus, the aura of extreme yin and extreme yang surged forward. As it rushed forward, the thunder lotus instantly soared, forming ripples that directly shattered the approaching blades. Immediately after, the nomological blades arrived and slammed into the thunder lotus. The thunder lotus exploded with a loud bang. The power of yin and yang in it instantly spread out and swept into the distance. When the nomological blades came into contact with the exploding yin and yang energy, they dissipated. Taking advantage of the moment when the thunder lotus exploded, Zichen's figure flashed and flashed down, arriving in front of the huge brood mother. Under normal circumstances, he only needed to shoot out a light of energy to easily destroy the brood mother's soul. But now, before Zichen could launch an attack, he saw chains of light appear on the brood mother's body. These chains of light were all soul power. In an instant, they spread out and spread toward Zichen. Zichen's face changed slightly. He immediately retreated. As he retreated, the light on his body circulated and dissolved the soul power attack. I don't have the patience to play with you. Go to hell. The broodmother's cold voice rang out again. The void above the broodmother began to distort. Then a light vortex appeared, and a light of destruction went straight for Zichen. Buzz! Seeing the beam of light coming straight at him, Zichen immediately dodged. During this time, he displayed his maximum speed. But as he dodged the light of destruction, blades of rule appeared from other places. It was very terrifying. Faced with this situation, Zichen could only dodge. He could no longer attack, so he could only summon his avatar. The avatar of God appeared from the other side. As soon as it appeared, it immediately formed a seal and used the God-destroying hand. The broodmother's body was too big. Once it was broken down, it would be divided into tens of thousands of parts. So, it was difficult to use the God-trapping hand to trap the broodmother. Only the God-destroying hand could be used. Above the vault of heaven, the void trembled. A terrifying aura surged as the God-destroying hand fell from the sky. As it fell, the God-destroying hand swallowed the surrounding energy and became bigger and bigger. The descending, God-destroying hand fell on the chains, instantly shattering them. At the same time, it fell on the broodmother's body. Boom! A powerful vibration and violent energy. The broodmother let out a painful roar. After the God-destroying hand, the avatar of God stepped forward and formed another seal. The heavenly God needle beside him turned into a ray of light and went straight for the broodmother. Wherever the heavenly God needle passed, a powerful aura surged. More soul chains were shattered, and the heavenly God needle pierced into the broodmother's body. But compared to the broodmother's huge body, the needle was too small. The destructive power contained in it could not destroy the vitality of the broodmother. This scene did not bring about a direct effect, but it directly angered the broodmother. The void distorted again, and another vortex appeared. Another light of destruction flew out of the vortex and went straight for the avatar of God. Then, the real body used extreme speed, and the avatar used the fleet-foot stride. They circled around the broodmother and fled. Behind them, a large number of blades of rule followed, and in front of them, light of destruction appeared from time to time. Die! The broodmother's cold voice rang out. The broodmother's strength was at the first level of the general realm, but the opponent was very strong. His vitality was unusually strong, and Zichen could not find a way to kill him. And do you think you can escape here? The broodmother's cold voice rang out. Zichen's response was a smooth blade. The blade light destroyed a large number of blades of rule behind him, and then he continued to flee. These blades of rule were very strong. Zichen could not destroy them all at the moment, so he could only choose to escape. The broodmother's proud voice rang out continuously, and one powerful attack after another was displayed. At this time, the broodmother was not paying attention to the outside world. If she had been paying attention, she would have been able to see that outside the huge cloud, the space had completely turned into a black hole. At this moment, the black hole was descending from the sky and swallowing the cloud. During this time, the power of thunder fell from the black hole. The thunder was formed by pure rule force. The natural rule defense formed by the cloud dimmed under the attack of the thunder until it disappeared. Uft, uft. After an indeterminate amount of time, the broodmother's voice in the cloud became more and more proud. Zichen and his clone were running away more and more pathetically. The layer of ruled defense on the surface of the cloud was finally worn down, and then the black hole swallowed the cloud. Faced with the devouring of the power of the world, the thick clouds and mist were no longer of any use. They quickly disappeared. By the time the broodmother sensed that something was amiss, the cloud had become extremely thin and finally dissipated. The originally thick fog was now shrouded in endless darkness. The fleeing divine clone turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Zichen, who was in a rather sorry state, also stopped running. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and turned to the broodmother. You didn't expect this, did you? This battle should be over. You are courting death. The brood mother screamed. More rule force light descended from the sky and headed straight for Zichin. In the endless darkness above, rays of light suddenly lit up one after another. These rays were completely composed of rule force. They fell from the sky and blocked the attacks of the brood mother. Zichin stood there and looked at the brood mother. This time there is no doubt that you will die. When he finished speaking, the boundless darkness pressed down. No matter how strong the brood mother was, how could it resist his realm? Seeing the black hole continue to descend, the brood mother felt the crisis of life and death and let out a shrill scream. Then Zichin saw a bright light in front of him, dispersing the darkness brought by the realm. After that, he found himself standing in the light, farther and farther away from the darkness behind him. Chapter 2743. Standing in the light, Zichin was at a loss. He didn't know what was going on. An icy voice could be heard all of a sudden. It seemed that in the depths of the light, Zichin raised his head and looked ahead, and a trace of shock gradually appeared in his eyes. He saw the brood mother. The light here came from the brood mother. It was using its body to illuminate this world. This is the knowledge sea world. Zichin's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that the divine general had said that the brood mother was best at soul attacks. I didn't expect your reaction to be so fast. The brood mother spoke again. Its body was 10,000 feet tall. It looked down at Zichin like a giant looking at an ant. Is this your knowledge sea world or mine? Zichin looked around blankly, somewhat puzzled. What do you think? The brood mother laughed coldly. No matter who it is, the result will be the same. Zichin was full of confidence. It seemed that he had never feared anyone in the same realm. And in this knowledge sea, he didn't fear anyone. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Saber, come!" This was a characteristic of his soul power, a characteristic that would never change. In all the previous battles, Zichin had used this move time and time again. But this time, there seemed to be a problem. The saber didn't come. Where was the saber? Not seeing the saber, he panicked and shouted, "Sword, come!" Of course, the sword didn't come. Then Zichin shouted for a staff, an axe, and other weapons, but they didn't come. When he tried to mobilize his soul power, he found that it was not smooth at all. It was extremely choppy and was constantly flowing away. Looking ahead, the brood mother was 10,000 feet tall. It was like a giant of heaven and earth. Even before it released its aura, he felt a sense of oppression in his heart. "Ant, now do you know the difference between you and me?" The brood mother spoke again, its voice extremely cold. This situation was obviously not normal. Zichin's expression became extremely ugly. He wanted to calm down, but there seemed to be a trace of panic in his heart, making it impossible for him to calm down. He tried to make his body bigger, but there was still no reaction. He tried to summon the avatar of God, but he couldn't sense any aura from the avatar. At this moment, it was as if he was in the absolute domain of the brood mother, and everything was suppressed by her. "It's useless. Now that you've come to me, only death awaits you. If you're willing to submit to me, I won't mind sparing your life," the brood mother said in a cold voice. "Submit." Zichin raised his head and looked at the brood mother. His panicked eyes slowly turned cold. "What kind of joke is this? I'm here to kill you. Do you really think you can kill me?" The brood mother's laughter was ear-piercing. "How would you know if you don't try?" Zichin clenched his fists and stomped his foot on the ground, launching himself into the air to attack the brood mother. His fist landed on the brood mother's body, but it felt like he was just scratching an itch. The brood mother's laughter grew even more smug. Zichin tried a few more times, but he was unable to inflict any damage to his opponent. His body could no longer stay in the air, and he began to fall. He couldn't even fly in the air. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant. If you submit to me, that's because I think highly of you. As long as I'm willing, I can kill you with a single thought." As soon as the broodmother's voice fell, her aura exploded, becoming abnormally strong and terrifying. A powerful storm appeared out of nowhere, and Ziqin couldn't get close. Golden light surged around him, but he still couldn't stand. He had no choice but to fall back. At this moment, his heart suffered a great impact, as if he had met a god. At this moment, his mind was abnormally clear. However, he could not understand why the other party's soul was so powerful, even though they were both at the same level. It wasn't just a little stronger, it was much stronger. It was like the 9 gods he'd met before. Their aura was so terrifying that he couldn't even muster the will to fight. The brood mother moved, and the storm around her grew even more violent. She slowly lowered her head and came before Ziqin. "Submit to me, and I'll not only let you go, but also your friends. Otherwise, you'll die, and your friends will die because of you. You don't want them to come close. Doesn't that mean you care about them? Clone! Clone! Clone!" Ziqin's mind was calling out to his clone. He didn't think it was dead, but why couldn't his soul sense its existence? Outside the endless light, there was absolute silence. The huge mother nest floated in the air, motionless. Not far from the mother nest, Ziqin also stood there motionless. Above the two was Ziqin's world. However, this world seemed to be frozen at this moment. The rules could not respond, and even the doppelganger in the world could not move. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in this quiet world. It came from the broodmother's body. After it appeared, its figure became clear. It was actually a very small broodmother, and its eyes were filled with confusion. Gradually, the confusion in its eyes disappeared, replaced by a bright light. "So that's how it is." The brood mother muttered and looked forward. "Is it this lowly ant that forced it to use the supreme illusion? What is this black hole? It's so powerful, no wonder it's like this. This damn thing definitely didn't expect this day to come. Whatever, let's go first." The small brood mother looked at the large brood mother with resentment, but it didn't intend to interfere. At this time it was about to leave, but just as it flew up, its body suddenly fell back down. It looked back at the motionless Ziqin. Ziqin's body began to tremble, and light appeared one after another. "Oh, you still have the power to resist in that supreme illusion. Not bad. If I can really kill this guy, then I'll have profited. Didn't someone say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Although this ant isn't qualified to be my friend, it doesn't matter if we cooperate once in a while." After saying that, it turned into a light again and flew towards Ziqin. At this time, Ziqin, who was in the light, felt that something was wrong. However, his eyes seemed to be blocked by a dense fog, and he couldn't see the problem. However, he obviously wouldn't give up. He kept trying to attack, but failed again and again. At this time, he couldn't hurt the brood mother at all. The brood mother could kill him with a thought. The aura on the other party's body was too strong. It was so strong that it was like a god, and it could kill with a thought. However, the scene in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. It can kill with a thought, but why didn't it kill me? Such a thought suddenly flashed in Ziqin's mind. At this time, the brood mother stared at Ziqin and said, "Ant, you should think clearly. If you refuse, not only will you die, but your friends will also die." Ziqin looked up at the huge and terrifying broodmother and said coldly, "Idiot, kill me if you can." He was very nervous at this moment because he wasn't sure if his guess was right. "You must have a death wish." The terrifying aura surged again, and an endless storm swept over. This storm was like a sharp blade, cutting open the black robe on Ziqin's body. It even cut open wounds on his body. At this moment, he was in the middle of this storm. He could die at any time, but he didn't. When he saw that he was still alive and watched the storm gradually fade away, Ziqin seemed to have guessed something, and was about to grasp it. Human and everything that is happening before your eyes is not real. This is an illusion, a real illusion, a supreme illusion. At this moment, a second voice suddenly rang out in Zichen's mind. When he heard this voice, he was stunned. This voice coincided with his thoughts, but he didn't know where it was coming from. Who are you? He didn't speak directly. Instead, he spoke in his mind. You don't have to be so vigilant, lowly ant. I have no intention of harming you. I just want to cooperate with you. After I save you, you just need to give me its body in return. The voice sounded again. When he heard the words, lowly ant, Zichen frowned slightly. It seemed that this kind of address wasn't common in the celestial realm. Only the brood mother would call it that. You are the brood mother? Zichen asked tentatively. Impudent. I am a noble and intelligent life form. Lowly ant, these words of yours are extremely displeasing. The other party's tone became colder and harsher. Through this simple exchange, Zichen could tell what level of existence this person was. He said in his mind, How are you going to save me? This is an illusion. Everything is real, but everything is also illusory. Don't worry, with my help you will succeed. Now listen to me. You need to focus your mind on a single point, then act according to my command. When you act, I will do my best to reduce the defenses of this illusion to the lowest possible level. When Zichen heard this, he laughed inwardly. In that case, I will be the one breaking the illusion. What's the use of having you around? Lowly ant, do you think breaking the illusion is that difficult? Let me tell you, without my help, only death awaits you. The voice was clearly dissatisfied. Ant, I will give you one more chance. This time, you will have to choose wisely. Submit to me or die. The broodmother's voice sounded from outside. Zichen looked up at the broodmother with ridicule in his eyes. You think you are qualified to make me submit? You are courting death. The broodmother's body swooped down, and a violent gale appeared once more. Zichen was caught in the middle of this gale, and he felt like he was being cut by 1,000 knives. However, his expression didn't change. His eyes were fixed in front of him, and all his focus was on a single point. Break! This voice seemed to have a strong impact, and the surrounding space shattered like a mirror. The light emitted by the broodmother's body disappeared, and the surrounding space also dissipated. Zichen's consciousness returned to his knowledge sea, and his eyes regained their clarity. He could see the broodmother in front of him, and at the same time he could feel the existence of his doppelganger. The falling world above him was once again shrouded in bright laws. You actually broke my illusion. The broodmother's panicked voice sounded. I broke it. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.